Good evening. Welcome to the June 23rd, 2026 council meeting for the Village of Holly. Clerk, please call the roll.
Weinbrenner.
Here.
Wendell.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Kaskala.
Here.
Cole. Here. Kyer. Here. Brandon.
Here, we have a quorum. If you are willing and able, please stand with us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This brings us to the approval of our consent agenda. All items listed under consent agenda are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the Village Council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and discussed separately immediately after consent agenda approval in its normal sequence on the regular agenda. Lisa, can you please read the consent agenda?
A, agenda approval. B, consideration of.
I'm sorry, one moment. There's some voices that are carrying that are making it difficult to hear. If you don't mind, please and thank you. Pardon my interruption, Lisa, if you would continue.
Sure. B, consideration of the approval of the Village Council minutes of May 12th, 2026. C, acknowledgement of receipt of Historic District Commission minutes of February 12th, 2026. D, acknowledgement of receipt of HDC minutes of March 12th, 2026. E, acknowledgement of receipt of HDC minutes of April 9th, 2026. F, acknowledgement of receipt of Parks Commission minutes of March 12th, 2026. G, acknowledgement of receipt of Parks Commission minutes April 1st, 2026. H, acknowledgement of receipt of Planning Commission minutes of February 2nd, 2026. I, consideration of approval awarding the leaf removal RFP bid to RJ Hoffman Management. J, acknowledgement of receipt of business registration for Cranberry Cottage. K, acknowledgement of receipt of business registration for True Harmony. L, consideration of approval of the fiscal year 26-27 meeting schedule. M, consideration of approval of the continued participation in the Community Development Block Grant Program for program years 2027 through 2029. N, consideration of approval of the special event application for the Holly Moose Lodge Annual Picnic to occur on July 26, 2026. O, consideration of the continued participation agreement with Clemis and authorize the village manager to sign the agreement. P, consideration of the approval of warrant 2026-006 in the amount of $432,288.51.
Thank you, Lisa. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Weinbrenner. We have a second by Kyer. I would like to amend item L of new business to include that we will be discussing attorney written opinions. Weinbrenner and Cole, are you willing to amend your motion and your support?
Yeah, I'll amend my motion and support.
I'll amend my support.
Okay, we have a motion by Weinbrenner and a second by Kyer, including an amendment to discuss attorney written privilege on item L. Clerk, please call the roll. Go ahead.
In regards to that, can we get like the motion prepared for us to include the entire statutory reason for it?
Yes.
So that way we have it properly done. Thank you.
Yeah, when we take a break, I'll do it. I'm sure we're gonna take a break by then. So-
Thank you. And clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes.
Kaskala.
Yes.
Weinbrenner.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Kyer.
Yes.
Wendell.
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. This brings us to tonight's first presentation. Our first presentation will be by our Chief of Police, Chief Marsh.
Thank you, council, and thank you that we're the first presentation. That's awesome. So there's no greater news, and good news always begs to be shared, although it's sad news, but I would like to invite my number 2 and our Administrative Sergeant Craig Simpson to join me. Tonight, we recognize and celebrate the 25-year career of Sergeant Craig Simpson. From a broader sense of law enforcement, 25 years of service is far more than a measure of time. It is a testament to unwavering loyalty, relentless determination, and extraordinary courage. For a quarter of a century, he answered every call, stood watch when others slept, and carried the weight of responsibility that comes with protecting a community, and all while keeping the grandkids in check. Through long nights, difficult decisions, moments of danger, and countless acts of service that may never be fully known, he remained committed to a profession that demands both strength and sacrifice. His career reflects not only a dedication to law enforcement, but a steadfast devotion to the people he served, those he served with, and with the badge he wore with honor. Today, we recognize his legacy, and it will not be measured by the years he worked, but by the lives he touched, the trust he earned, and the example he leaves for those who will follow in his footsteps. And I would like to read a little bit so everyone here kind of gets to know, if you haven't met him in 25 years, you'll know him tonight. He concludes an extraordinary career of public service spanning nearly 4 decades of military, fire service, and law enforcement. Sergeant Simpson's journey of service began shortly after graduating from school in Detroit in 1988. And that summer, he entered active duty military service with the United States Army. Although he originally enlisted with the goal of becoming a military police officer and serving in the airborne, circumstances led him to pursue a career in a heavy equipment operator while maintaining his airborne status. I'm picturing parachuting with a bulldozer. I don't know if there's a patch for that, but that would just be awesome. Following basic training and jump school, he was assigned to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, serving with the 37th Engineers, where he operated heavy construction equipment and conducted airborne operations from both airplanes and helicopters. After Fort Bragg, Sergeant Simpson received orders to Germany, where he served for 3 years with the 237th Engineers and 535th Engineers. During that assignment, he further developed his expertise as a heavy equipment operator while serving his country overseas. While stationed in Germany, he returned home in 1991 to marry the love of his life. In 1993, at the conclusion of his active tour of duty, he and his wife welcomed their first child. Upon returning to Michigan, Sergeant Simpson continued his military service with the Michigan Army National Guard, beginning with the Detroit Light Guard Armory, before transferring to Heavy Equipment Unit in Battle Creek. As military downsizing occurred, he transferred to units in Flint and Bay City, earning promotions, and in 1998 transferred to the United States Navy. I've often joked with him that he's the most conflicted person at the Army-Navy game. But Army came first, right? Okay. Then he joined the Navy Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 26, the Seabees, at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, and he served there until 2004 and was an E6 at the end of his career. Throughout his military career, he received numerous medals and awards and recognitions, letters of commendations and promotions to sergeant throughout his military career. As he balanced military service with civilian employment, Sergeant Simpson and his wife expanded their family, welcoming 2 more children, and in pursuit of a career in fire service, he attended the Fire Academy. Still trying to arrive in nirvana, clearly. At Schoolcraft College in May of 1996 and worked in non-emergency medical transportation. That same year, he was hired as a community service officer with the University of Detroit Public Safety Department, and shortly thereafter, he attended the Detroit Metropolitan Police Academy as a member of Class 97-0, graduating in the fall of '97, serving with University of Detroit Mercy Public Safety. He learned the profession from experienced officers and mentors, including his father-in-law, Ron Hrubik, at Detroit police officer assigned to the 12th Precinct. After approximately 4.5 years with the University of Detroit, Sergeant Simpson moved to White Lake and simultaneously served as a paid on-call firefighter with the White Lake Police Department while continuing his law enforcement career, or fire department, his law enforcement career and military obligations. Now the important part. This is where it gets good. This is where it gets really good. On April 16th, 2001, Sergeant Simpson joined the Holly Police Department. Where he quickly found that this would become his professional home for the next 25 years. Throughout his career with Holly, he developed into a highly respected and well-rounded police officer. Learning from mentors, such as Officer Buster Weinbrenner and Sergeant Tom Clark. You got some acknowledgement there, brother. In April 2013, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he continued to lead by example while learning from then Sergeant Mike Story and Sergeant Dennis Sano. His law enforcement accomplishments include Meritorious Service Award in 1998, the Mad Mothers Against Drunk Driving Award for the most drunk drivers in 2006, Meritorious Service Award November of '06, Complimentary Letter for CPR Response, September '09. Complimentary Letter for Suicide Intervention, 2010. Life-Saving Award, 2012. Promotion to Sergeant, 2013. Life-Saving Award, Silver Star Pin of Life, July of 2015. And numerous citizen letters of cards expressing gratitude for his professionalism, compassion, and service. Throughout his career, Sergeant Simpson has demonstrated exceptional leadership, discipline, professionalism, and operational excellence. Whether serving in the military, the fire service, or law enforcement, he has devoted his life to helping others and making a positive impact in his community. After 38 years in uniform and a lifetime dedicated to public service, Sergeant Simpson has earned the opportunity to begin a new chapter. One focused on spending more time with his family, traveling, pursuing hobbies, and enjoying a well-deserved retirement. So on behalf of your team, your members that are here with you today, the Village of Holly, and our esteemed Village Council and Village Administration, we extend our sincere gratitude to Sergeant Craig Simpson for his decades of faithful service, dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to our community. Congratulations on an outstanding career and best wishes for a long, healthy, and rewarding retirement. My friend, my number 2, Sergeant Craig Simpson. And I come bearing gifts. So I have 2 things that you got to get when you leave this. One is the ID that you pull out every time you get stopped for doing 20 over that says I'm a retired police sergeant and badge. Congratulations. And please don't use it in that way. Okay. All right.
And don't use it in Holly.
And number 2, and this is kind of cool. So a long time ago, we wanted to do something good for officers that do their full leave, their full service to the community. So everyone agreed that an officer that retires in good standing gets to buy their service duty sidearm and take that with them. And it's at a reduced price, but they can buy it and leave. So at some point in this game, we all carry the same gun, so he didn't realize this, but I'd switched out his slide. Now, that was kind of weird, but he knew. He figured that out. But I switched out his slide because we had something special done to his. So, on the side of his Glock slide, it says Sergeant Craig Simpson, 4/16/2001 to 6/30/26, 25 years of service, Holly Police Department with a state seal. And on the top is forever his badge number and the Holly Police patch. And I'll give it to you, but I have the other one, so I got to swap it back out. So congratulations. Thank you. And thank you, Council, and I'm honored to have, and I know Craig is too, we have several members of the department here this evening. Some came from home, they're not in uniform, but his team came to celebrate him. And I know we're going to want to do some pictures, so. And thank
Yes.
you, Council, for your time.
Don't cry now, Buster.
Fair enough. Okay.
Speech.
Okay, I didn't prepare a speech, but real quick.
No.
Oh. No, I just, you know, a lifetime of service, and I feel now it's time to move on to another chapter of my life, and then spend more time, much needed time with family and friends. I missed out. And, you know, yes. So I missed out on a lot throughout my career, and it's time to build that relationship better and rediscover hobbies and discover new ones and get a part-time job doing something less stressful and less dangerous. Yes. So, no, but I want to, you know, thank all of you for coming tonight, and I will miss everybody. I love the town. I love the people in it, and this is my second family here. So I will miss it dearly. But thank you, everybody. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Sergeant Simpson. And if you don't mind, would you shake our hands? And then we're going to take a 10-minute break so everyone can do pictures and mingle a bit.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. All the best. Enjoy the family here.
Happy retirement. Thank you so much.
I think he noticed by the way he handshake. Gary, now I know you're gonna be rolling out some, hiring papers somewhere, right?
Even if this has to show you, I know how to type. Look at my baby.
Council?
Where do you want us?
If you guys want to come around front, so it doesn't look weird, we've done it before.
Without just sitting there, we
We're just hovering behind. Sorry. I'm short. We're in. We'll represent the short
And then Tim, if we can get one of those.
Oh, yeah. All right, get in a little closer if we can. All right. 1, 2, 3, one, get a couple. All right, if we have any other officers that would like to. Whoops, I'll get, I got some right here. We need some officers in there too. So any officers? Yep, in uniform, out of uniform, get up there. Come on, everybody. At least you're not wearing your IP and legs. We're ready to press as much as we can. There we go, second row, perfect. Charge. There we go. Yeah. See you later, Art.
I haven't seen you either. I've been working, just at the house, doing stuff. Yeah, I'll come down and see you. What days?
It's funny
you
because
work?
we don't know.
Huh?
Basically, didn't know their name. Well, that's that boy, that's.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll come down and see you. You go by your house, make sure you come in, huh?
No, I'm not sure like that's the beauty of it. So, interesting.
Madam President, I'm gonna tell Bob to go to sleep.
Mike's on? See you later, take care, Bob.
Are we live?
Yep, we've been live.
Okay. Our next presentation will be a proclamation of June as Pride Month. Tim, will you please read the proclamation?
Yes, Village of Holly Proclamation Pride Month. Whereas the Village of Holly, Michigan is committed to being a community where all people are treated with dignity, respect, fairness, and compassion. And whereas the month of June recognized throughout the United States as Pride Month, a time to honor the history, resilience, contributions, and lived experiences of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and questioning individuals. And whereas the Village of Holly is strengthened by the many residents, families, business owners, employees, volunteers, students, faith communities, civic organizations, and visitors who contribute to the life and character of our village. And whereas Holly's small town character is built on the belief that neighbors look out for one another, that every person has value, and that strong community is one in which all people are able to participate fully and safely in public life. And whereas these individuals have made meaningful contributions to the cultural, civic, educational, economic, and social fabric of Michigan communities. And whereas the recognition of Pride Month provides an opportunity to affirm the importance of visibility, understanding, and belonging, while also acknowledging that continued efforts are needed to address discrimination, prejudice, isolation, and unequal treatment. And whereas the Village Council recognizes that inclusion is not merely a statement of principle, but an ongoing commitment to ensuring that all residents and community members feel welcome, respected, and valued. And whereas the Village of Holly encourages thoughtful dialogue, kindness, and mutual respect amongst neighbors, and affirms its commitment to building a community where every person can live authentically and contribute fully. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Village Council of Holly hereby recognizes this month as June 2026 as Pride Month in the Village of Holly. Be it further proclaimed that the Village Council encourages residents, businesses, organizations, and community partners to join in promoting respect, acceptance, understanding, and inclusion for all people.
Thank you, Tim. At this time, can I hear a motion to open a public hearing regarding Resolution 2026-026 for approval of a special assessment levy for financing of police and fire protection services?
I will make a motion to open a public hearing regarding the Resolution 2026-026 for approval of the special assessment levy for financing of police and fire protection services.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Cole. We have a second for Weinbrenner. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Haskala,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Wendell,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes. At this time, would any members of the public like to make any comments? As a reminder, at this time, comments should only be related to the public hearing. Ms. Manson?
Anna Matson, 15091 Western Valley. I am here to oppose this tax increase because that's exactly what it is. If council does not pass it, my property taxes would decrease by about $500. So in approving it, you are increasing my taxes. Last year, you swore to the public that this was the only option because you didn't have time to cover your deficit. A year later, and now what do you have to say? You are still not sending it to a vote of the people, and you have made no serious attempt to cut costs. I've listened to all your unproductive meetings this last year, only to hear approval of new spending, not less. Instead, you come demanding, not asking, property owners to cut out of their own household budget while you refuse to cut your own. For those that are not aware, budgets have two sides, a revenue side and an expense side. You guys have spent so much time worrying about bringing in more revenue that you haven't taken a serious look at expenses. Even look at the agenda tonight. You want to pursue cityhood, which Manchester estimated a cost of around $120,000 just to start the process. You also have approval of an attorney and an attorney budget of 300% higher than previous years. Not because of lawsuits, because your insurance covers those. It's because of incompetence on both council's part and the attorney's part. I've seen you look to him for non-legal questions like how Robert's rules work, and I've watched him give you poor legal advice. Stopping the cityhood pursuit and fixing your legal issues could reduce this request by 1 mil alone. If you do have to ask for more money, you should at least reduce costs for residents where you can, like on the water bill, where residents are being charged for water bonds that are expired. See, it's not so hard to budget, but it is difficult when you believe every suggestion or disagreement is a threat. If you came to the public with a sincere interest in making things better, we could all figure this out. But it's much harder when you sit up here thinking you know everything, because you don't. No one does. But we are all better together. But until you make a serious effort to work with the public and for the public, I will continue to oppose any new taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Manson. Any further public comment? Is that George?
Yep.
George Cullis, 601 East Maple Street. In 2022, the village put on the ballot a millage proposal for 2 mills for public safety, and the voters voted it down. At that same time, we elected Ryan Delaney as our president. April Brandon and Amber Kyer were our new council people, and they joined Debbie Musgrave and Richard Kinnaman and Jim Perkins on the council. And there's one name missing, and I can't remember who it is.
Paul Harrington.
Pardon?
Paul Harrington.
Oh, that's right. Later, Paul Harrington was appointed. Okay. So in that term, from 2022, after the voters said no, the village didn't cut anything back. They didn't cut anything out. They didn't change anything. They just kept business as usual, full steam ahead. 4 years later, we found a public act where we can force 4 mills for public safety, because that's what we've said we wanted. Last year at the meeting, the village manager said, next year we won't be in this position. That meeting, that clip is on social media. I saw it. He also said we won't have public hearings in June because Mr. Wendell said, can we have them earlier? And he said, yes, we will have them in April or May. There's a reason why government has a problem with their credibility. And it's these kinds of actions that happen. I myself, my wife and I, we live in the village. We voted for that millage for public safety. It isn't a debate about whether we need public safety. It's a debate about whether we listen to the people we represent. And when we force millages like this without putting them on the ballot, at the same time, we're going to look at a budget where we have an increase in several departments and we're broke. And yet we didn't have a hiring freeze. We've expanded the budget of the clerk's office to cover it. It's just an unfortunate way that this is happening. And I certainly wish we could change this. The village manager told us a year ago we were going to, and yet here we are. It's not June 17th, now it's June 23rd. Last minute again. Thank you.
Thank you, George. I said thank you, George.
Oh, I just heard my name, sorry.
Any further public comment? Over here first.
Reagan Rockwell, 836 Holly Bush Drive. Just wanted to stand in solidarity with Mrs. Mattson and with Mr. Cullis. I oppose any tax increase. This has been a tax increase. It's been something that voters have really verbally stood up against, and again and again and again, we feel as though we are not listened to. I will continue to be vocal on Facebook, encouraging people for their voices to be heard. I implore with everyone today who doesn't agree to at least stand and say, I oppose this. It should be something that goes to vote. It should also be something that shouldn't be such a drastic increase. Our property taxes have increased by 20%. That's a ridiculous amount. I think about the people on fixed incomes. I think about the people in this community working 2 jobs to make ends meet. All of the working mothers and fathers working 2 jobs, mothers working 2 jobs, sometimes in double parent households. Not fair. They didn't ask for this. It's going to push people out of the community. Something that I was told by a former DDA director was kind of a goal of the municipality. And I'm seeing that happen, and I'm concerned that people will end up moving out of the community to find more reasonably priced places to live. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reagan. Jane, I believe you were next.
Good evening. My name is Jane Bice de Sessa, and I live on East Holly Road, and I'm a resident of the village of Holly. You know, having worked in local government for many, many years, I understand many of the concerns that are brought forth by our residents. But one of the things that I've learned is that we need to communicate with our residents, explain to them why this is needed. I've looked at your websites. I've not had a chance to speak with the city manager, village manager myself, but I think that's key. I agree with with many of the people that are here. But the one key thing is that we need to inform the public why we're doing this, why it's needed. I personally believe in public safety. I support public safety, but I want to know where these dollars are going to, and I want to make sure that they're fair. And with that, I ask the village council and the village manager to please provide us with some more information. Help us understand why this is needed. There's so many people that are making sacrifices. This is a wonderful community, and I would hate for anybody to leave here. With that, that's all I wanted to say. Just thank you very much. And again, please listen to the comments that are made here today. And I respectfully ask that you provide us with additional information to help us understand why this increase is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Ellie?
Hello, I'm Ellie Beauchamp, 207 Park Avenue. Just a couple thoughts, and a lot of it is just kind of regurgitation of what some other folks have said. But Mr. Price, it's been a year. We were never offered any other solutions when one doesn't have money for the budget. And we've talked about this. I'm an advocate of police and fire, but when you don't have the money to afford it, we should have all been presented at least a couple options somewhere publicly. We could do A, B, or C at these costs. I've never seen the numbers unless I'm not looking, but I've looked at the website. I've looked at Facebook posts. I've looked at other people's points. I think as a 32-year resident, it's the same story. We're a little village of 2.5 square miles with 6,000 residents on or plus or minus, and we want to be a big city. Well, guess what? We're not. And we don't have the funds to support two governments, two fire departments, two governmental offices, two governmental attorneys. We are a small community. We spend more money here on the clerk's office than they do in Clearwater Township, where I have property. And they have people on Torch Lake, Torch River. We have one clerk and one support person in that office. We collect a lot more money up there. So why do we need all this? Cityhood? That can has been kicked for 30 years. Good luck. It will not happen. If it were up to me, and I'm sure this won't be popular, we are a village and a township. Why can't we be a township with a historical village in it, managed by one government? There's not enough money for all of you. Not you, but all of you on both sides of that coin. Don't have the money.
Thank you, Ally. Any further public comment? Mr. Love?
It's time to make some changes.
Could you please state your name and address for the record?
I'm sorry. John Love, 200 North Saginaw. And the problem with the police and fire department is there's no reforms. We just need more money. That's the only solution. There's a North Oakland County Fire Authority that is 30 seconds away.
Sorry, technical difficulties, just a moment.
What?
Go ahead, John. You're fine.
I'm all over.
No.
I was saying that we need to combine police and fire. I lived in Grosse Pointe Woods and was active there. And they have police and fire. They have a fire equipment in the police cars. There's a fire. Okay. We have North Oakland County, but we're not in North Oakland County. We have our own fire department because we have plenty of money. So without making reforms, we need more money. But using your brain and making some intelligent adjustments, we can live with what we have now. But that requires some thinking. So, I mean, this is maybe it's out of control, but that's the way to be thinking. And not, this other thing is just ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Yes, please, go ahead.
Ken Rockwell, 836 Holly Bush. I couldn't add anything else to what they've said in terms of their facts and figures. I will add, when we got our first bill a year ago that was only supposed to be needed for a year, said Mr. Price, it didn't look like a assessment. It looked like a new tax. In fact, everyone's reference that's new tax. Ours was 20%. Matson's was $500. I don't know what percentage that is, but those are huge numbers. And it looks, the way it reads on our bill, it looks like it's there forever, not 5 years or the 1 year we were promised. So that's an issue. And as everyone's already spoken of, there were no other considerations. Someone like, I'm sorry, ma'am, your name? Ellen. That was brought up at the meeting a year ago. Beautiful option. There are a lot of other options. Wonderful suggestions people made. People that were thinking. John. People that were thinking. And you always had your minds made up before you would even consider anybody else's suggestions. So it really is a matter of what everyone else has said. There's another way than taxing people to death. And if we ran our households like this, we'd all be bankrupt. Your only recourse is just to charge more money to people, or you'd be bankrupt. And, well, maybe problem solved, but that would have happened.
Thank you. I thought I saw another hand somewhere. Any further public comment? Hearing none? Seeing none. Okay. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second it.
Motion by Wendell, support by Weinbrenner. Clerk, please call the roll.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Wendell,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. At this time, can I hear a motion to open a public hearing on consideration of proposed budget for fiscal year 2026, 2027?
I will make the motion to open a public hearing regarding the fiscal year 2026, 2027 proposed budget.
I will second that.
Motion by Kyer, support by Cole. Clerk, please call the roll.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Wendell,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes. Motion carried. At this time, would any members of the public like to make any comments? As a reminder, at this time, comments should only be related to the public hearing. I think I see, John, is that you back there? Did you want to come on up? Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm still John Love. 200 North Saginaw.
You didn't move.
Hi, John.
Hi. I live across the street from an intersection of Saginaw and Oakland. And there's a pole with a street sign on it that's bent. So we can't even fix that and maintain what we have. I don't know what the amount of money is for the next go around, but we need to make some changes. And one of them is this deal with the North Oakland County Fire Authority. If we combined with them, we could save a lot of money, and we're not going to be burning the town down. It's not going to give us less coverage. I was at a meeting and prevented them tearing down the water tower. And when I asked the one question, where's the problem? When they answered, the whole room went quiet. And that was the end of the procedure that the village was going through to tear down the water tower. And if we had torn down the water tower, we would have lost the hotel. So I'm in favor of having an effective fire and effective police, but we need to make a few reforms. In Grosse Pointe Woods, the policemen carry firefighting equipment in their cars. So when there's a fire, they can go out and hit it right away instead of even going through the process. So that's the kind of reform that we should be looking at instead of, well, we need more money. Because you can make some changes and reforms and improve efficiency and not require more money. We would need to require more thinking. So try and boost that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Public comment? Jane?
Hi, I'm Jane DeSessa. I live on East Holly Road, and I'm a resident for the Village of Holly. I have not had a chance to take a look at your budget directly, but I respectfully ask that you take a look at our local roads. I know they're in really horrific condition. If there's any ways, I know that we could address that matter. I would sincerely appreciate it. I've had to travel throughout our community and especially the local roads. They are so bad. One of them had a very bad pothole, and I almost drove into it. And luckily, there was just one little cone there. And I was thinking maybe they'd have a little bit more than just that one cone had I not seen that, you know. But so please take a look at our local roads. They're important for our community for maintaining. And obviously, as many of the residents here, I'm sure the manager has looked into other options. Public safety is the type of service that John Love was talking about, where policemen are both combined. They do both. They do police and fire. So I'm very familiar with that. It works, but again, it has to be something that is requested by the government. So, but it's tough. It's tough. I've worked in cities and where we have public safety, and it does work. But again, it is something that takes a little while to get in tune. But in the meantime, my biggest issue is right now is please take a look at our local roads. They are in dire need. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane. Any further public comment? Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Matthew Campbell, 807 Marianne Drive here in Holly. So I agree with what everyone is saying in regards to the roads and taxing us more and more and more. We need more money. The one thing that I find a cause of concern above the roads is the fire hydrants in our town. I've had a fire hydrant now that has had an out of order in front of my house, which could potentially create a lot of problems for public safety to be able to do their job, to be able to access any patients or any animals or whatever may be going on within that facility. When I did call about it, all I got was, we're gonna have to wait until the budget. That's scary because fires don't wait. When it happens, fire personnel need to be on scene and have the tools ready necessarily to do that job and to do it properly and safely as well. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you email me your address later? Yes. abrandon@hollyvillage.org. Further public comment? George?
So without George Cullis, 601 East Maple Street, I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like I'm reiterating what I just said a few minutes ago. But it goes back to this relationship that local government has with its residents, your constituents. Just think of what it would be like tonight if we were standing here and the homework had been done and we had froze salaries and we came back and you were able to say we're in a better place. And instead of 4 mills, we only need 3.5 or 3.3. We've cut here, here's the numbers, and we explain it to people. But those meetings haven't been had, like the lady over here said. We kept looking for alternate plans, or here's your choices, or here's what we have. Again, we're at this point, and I can't help but remember when we were talking about building this building, Debbie Bigger sat at the chair when she was asked how we were going to pay for it. And she gave you a list because you had to have $500,000 to do this. And she told you that X amount of dollars was coming from the fund balance. That's your insurance marker. So she told you you were spending it. Then she said it was coming from future funds. One of those funds was from the marijuana stores. Well, if those future funds are going to pay for that, that means they won't be there in the future. Now, here we are a year later, And those funds for this year should not have been appropriated to anything else. And it makes you wonder, why are we still in the same boat we're in? Why are we seeing a 300% change in the budget for the attorney? Yeah, I know he's had to go to court. He's had these FOIA issues, but the insurance company gets involved on that. And the way to end that is just give people the documents they ask for. I don't understand. There isn't anything in our office that we don't make a copy of and give it to somebody. If it takes more time, we have to get involved. But other than that, I get so frustrated when I watch and see what's going on. Somebody else stood up here and talked about we're a small community, 6,000 people. The township as a whole is over 12,000, pushing toward 13,000. Think about it. We have 5 units of government in this township. Springfield Township has more people than us and triple the budget of us, and they do it with 1 unit of government, 1 audit, not 5 separate audits, not 5 managers or whoever's in charge of these directors or whatever the titles are. When you look around the county, there are townships with more people than us, all under 1 roof. There are townships with less people than us, all under 1 roof. And yet, for some reason in this community, we have 5 units of government. That's food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any further public comment? Mr. Mattson?
Brian Mattson, 15091 Western Valley Drive. This gentleman over here raised a great point about fire hydrants. Last year, we had a 4 mil increase for police and fire. But yet he raises a question about fire hydrants this year and we have to wait for the budget. Where did the 4 mils go? This administration has proven they are not good stewards of our finances. I don't believe the budget, actually, those funds get allocated to police and fire. We have a history over the past year since that of expenditures not for those services. It's right in the audit. The previous audit that was just completed by Plant Moran, that it helped fund administrative and police and fire, which is illegal from my understanding. So just extremely concerning that we have these mills on the agenda getting proposed, approved, and it's just not good stewardship of our finances here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mattson. Any further public comment? Hearing none. Oh, Reagan.
Reagan Rockwell, 836 Holly Bush Drive. I just cannot say enough. I don't think some of us in this community can say enough about the roads. You can do whatever you want to make the buildings beautiful and the people great, but roads say so much. They help our businesses out because people want to come here. I don't know about you, but I will sometimes avoid a community if the roads are not great. And they do a tremendous job. They're such a huge piece in making our community look better. I think a lot about the bike lanes. My husband and I are avid bikers and we use the bike lanes. We might be the only people in Holly that use the bike lanes. Do I like the bike lanes? Nope. I understand that they were part of the Main Street Holly plan to slow people down so that they would look at businesses. So I think the businesses really wanted them. But you know what the issue is with the bike lanes now, besides the fact that they really reduce the flow of traffic through Holly? It's that they're not cleaned. Look at them. They look like trash. That's what we show people. Our roads are the majority of our face. That's what we're showing people when they come to our community. We're really showing them that we don't care about the community. So let's say everybody in this room, I'm pretty sure, really cares about the community, but do we really care about Holly? Are we really doing what's best for Holly? Because I really think it would be best if we merged and we were the township. I think, is it Ellie or Ella? Ellie said it best in talking about the numbers, because if we really truly love Holly, we would do what's best for Holly. And we're going to have so much more money if we come together and dissolve. There won't be so many positions to pay for. honestly, we can pay for positions like your guys's. You guys are not paid enough, I don't think, for the work that you do. I just want to thank you for your work and commend you for your work and for listening to us when things don't seem like they're right. But what about listening to residents? That's really important. And Mr. Price, I hate to call you out on this, but I have sent you emails, and I haven't attended the coffees with you, but I've sent emails that I don't get response, but it looks like you're doing some behind the work scene. But I still have this meeting in my head to where a resident was up here talking and you turned to the side. And I just thought it was the most immature thing. So that's created a distrust from the very beginning of you in seeing that. Some of you guys may have seen that as well. I would just ask that we act like adults and come together and do what's best. Perhaps a community survey where we look at what businesses want and what residents want. What are the most important things to us? And I guarantee roads would probably be at the top of that list. So I live on Holly Bush Drive, and we see the roads on Rosette and the roads on Park Street that come around Lakeside. And it's tremendously, I mean, they're in dire repair. They've been, even before the flooding, the road was a mess. A lot of people come and use that, and I just ask that it's repaired. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reagan. Any further public comment? Hearing none and seeing none. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
I will second that.
We have a motion by Weinbrenner. We have a second by Cole. Lisa, can you call the roll, please?
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Wendell,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. That brings us to public comment. Members of the audience may address council on any item that is not on the agenda. Those addressing council will be limited to 3 minutes of speaking time. After each agenda item, there will be an additional 2-minute public comment period to speak to that item before council votes. The exception to this is for items that were the subject of the public hearing. Council will hear all comments for future consideration, but will not have a response at this time. Prior to addressing council, members of the public shall state their name and address for the record. Public comment for items not on the agenda. Ellie.
Ellie Beauchamp, 207 Park Avenue. I just wanted to make a comment on the last month's meeting that I listened to. And I want to make sure, I was appalled at Ms. Boone's response to the good Councilman Ryan. He simply asked Ms. Boone for some transparency on where we stand with the bond debts. Is there a document? This is a lot of people are talking about it. We're talking about raising rates, but where can we save money? It's been a big topic of conversation amongst the community. Water bills, we've been talking about those for a long time now. Okay. So anyways, I was so happy, Councilman Ryan, that you brought up the point is people have been asking Ms. Boone, do we have a document that clearly states where we stand with each bond and what we owe and what's been paid off? And your response was, we've been responding to people via FOIAs. And if they want information, they can file a FOIA. Now, why would you say that to him? He's a councilman working on our behalf, asking questions that we want the answers to. It's completely unprofessional. We want the answers. Maybe you could provide them publicly so we don't have to all file a FOIA. So you don't have to hire another helper for all the FOIAs as you've requested. Do your job.
Public comment. George?
George Cullis, 601 East Maple Street. I stand before you this time as the township supervisor. There was a comment that was made in a village council meeting a few meetings ago, and I've had several people stop in the office and ask me if it was true. The comment was made that every time a village DPW worker went out into the township to service the water customers in the Riverside or the Pulte subs, they weren't being paid. That is misinformation, to say the least. The village has its boundaries. They're 2.5 square miles. But your water district has its own boundaries, regardless of where the village boundary is. If they're in the water district and their home is in the outer township, your DPW workers are getting paid by those water bills they pay. And that's misinformation to say that they're not, because the water district boundary is very different than the village's boundary, and it's different from the township's boundary as well. So I wanted to make that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any further public comment? Yes. And when you come up, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I am James Lasser. I live at 401 Oakland Street. The question I have is, a fair number of the major roads that are in terrible shape are in the DDA district. I believe DDA funds can be used to fix those roads. Why hasn't anyone looked into this to my knowledge?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I saw a hand over here somewhere. Yes, Mr. Mattson.
15091 Western Valley Drive. I just want tonight's meeting in its entirety to be a wake-up call or call to action for those that are here. Thank you for being here. Those watching at home, thank you for being involved. But the decisions over the last year tonight really demonstrate the power of the vote, the power of getting involved. We need people to get involved. We need people that are willing to run for seats. We need people that are willing to put themselves out there and get votes from people that share the same values, because it just clearly doesn't seem to resonate with majority of this council and administration, unfortunately. So I hope those watching involved tonight get a calling upon their heart to get more involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mattson. Any further public comment? Regina.
Regina Keiko, 711 South Broad Street. I just want to say I don't like tax increases like anybody else. I mean, they're no fun. It's expensive. It's hard. Nobody likes this economy that we're in. I want to say it is important to step up and get involved. It's what I did a year ago with the mill pond, and it has proven that it made a huge difference. In doing so, I have put that tax burden on myself and everybody else in that special assessment district and removed it from the financial burden on everyone else in the village of Holly. They don't have to pay that now. And that could have been years of remediation that they don't have to pay for now. I want the roads fixed too. But that's a big reminder that that does increase our taxes. So yeah, I will pay for a tax increase to fix our roads. I think that's a beneficial thing for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Regina. Mr. Love.
John Love again, 200 North Saginaw. Right across the street is Oakland and Saginaw street sign. This street sign's been hit and bent. And then there's a sign above that that says museum. And that's has a corner knocked out of that. So that should be removed, and they should straighten out the street sign. I mean, this is just basic stuff. You know, like you're driving around in some hillbilly town. And also there's a sign just prior to that, near that, it says bike lane. It's at the end of the bike lane. So there's no bike lane, it's all car lane right past the sign. So the sign is just dumb. They should just take the I-75 sign and put it where that one is, so you don't have an I-75 sign in front of somebody's house. So it's just kind of tacky. And these are just kind of basic things, but they just kind of lay there. I don't want to write out a list, but you're all in the town. You know, what are you doing to fix these little things? You know, you're all here.
Thank you, John. James, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, there's only one public comment per. Thank you, though. Any further public comment? Reagan.
Reagan Rockwell, 836 Holly Bush Drive. I'm just wondering if we can get a list. I think some other people have mentioned it, to see where where monies from last year have went. I'm wondering if from last year to this year, there's been any attempt to try to trim the budget. I think everybody's had to cut back in these times. Our families have had to account for increased food prices. What can we do to trim and not spend in excess? And while we are in support of fire and police, I don't feel comfortable continuing to be a poor steward of my money. And I say poor steward of my money because we're just being taxed and taxed and taxed, and where our money's actually going. So I'd like to see where they're going to. And if we continue to tax, anybody can do that. Anybody can tax. But what we pay the big bucks for, a village manager, hopefully, is to get grants and to be able to trim a budget, decide where we're spending in excess. And I don't sincerely feel like we're getting what we're paying for, and we need to know, we need some answers. Ms. Bone, I would love to see that. Thank you, Councilman Ryan. I did not know you had been asking for that. Wow, I don't know why we wouldn't want to create a list of what bonds are expiring, what money we are freeing up, to be transparent with the community, so that we didn't have to wonder, so that we didn't have to file FOIA requests. That's something that should have been a long time ago. And I just encourage you, I just hope that if any of us can help, let us know, because we're willing to help. I can't understand why that wouldn't be done, and I can't understand why there wouldn't be some pressure by our president and our village manager to get that done. That's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Reagan. Matt, right?
Yes, Matthew Campbell, 807 Marianne Drive. So I'm the grandson of Shirley Campbell, who was on the council for 22 years. She applied pressure, and it's fitting that I do so as well. Roughly a week ago, I decided to try something. I requested information from the Holly Police Department regarding salaries, complaints, and other public records. I received no response, no direction, nothing back. When I tried to locate the FOIA information on the village website, the page returned a 404 error. I had to go through other people just to find out what email address I had to submit that request to. While reviewing the council agendas, I noticed a stark difference in transparency between the fire department and the police department. Fire department provides detailed reporting on the calls that they run. The police department, I can't say, provides that same level. If public safety consumes a significant portion of the budget, residents deserve meaningful information to evaluate that spending. And another side note, in the June 23rd, 2026 agenda, I found the general fund involving businesses, or their charges to the general fund involving Mike's Coney Island, Scooters, Amazon, Sam's Club, and someplace out of Dearborn, I think it was, called Bamboozlers. We're not a meal ticket. We don't have the money for this. I don't know where this stuff is going, but that's a no-no. Also, too, with going through this agenda, it took me until about reading page 300 to find this information. It shouldn't be a treasure hunt. As a reminder, you work for the public in their best interests. Residents have every right to review budgets, spending, and department performances and share that information with others so voters can make informed decisions. If you believe people will not continue looking into these issues, you are mistaken. Unfortunately, right now, as we're trying to get information, we have a FOIA issue that's going to be discussed, and I really hope that it rules in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Any further public comment? Hearing none and seeing none. That moves us to new business, old business. Lisa, will you please read item A of old business?
Consideration by council of the approval of the updated Village of Holly FOIA policy.
As a reminder, this was an item that was postponed from last month's meeting. Council wanted to wait for the village attorney to be present in order to answer any questions. Do I have a first to consider item A of old business?
I'll make the motion to consider item A of old business for the approval of the updated Village of Holly FOIA policy.
I will support that.
We have a motion by Wendell. We have support by Cole. Any public comment on this item? Hearing none? Seeing none? Council, any discussion?
I think it's pretty comprehensive. Looks good.
Okay.
Details and thought was put into it, so whoever wrote it up.
You said what was put into it?
Some thoughts.
Okay.
Will this be posted on our website so that?
Yes.
And we will look into the error that might be given on that FOIA page.
Yeah.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Wendell,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Lisa, will you please read item A of new business?
Consideration of resolution 2026-026 for the village council to approve the distribution of the special assessment levy as prepared and directs the staff to make the distribution as prepared.
This item is the formal resolution approving the special assessment levy for this fiscal year. Do I have a first to consider item A of new business?
I will make the motion to consider resolution number 2026-26 for the, regarding the financing of police and fire protection services by special assessment.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Kyer. We have a second by Weinbrenner. Discussion.
Madam President, I can lead off with a couple things just on that,
Yes.
because I know obviously there was some public comment on it. The concern with activity in it, obviously all the activity, I mean, if you look at our agenda tonight and all of our agendas, we put all of the activity on there. It's, you know, almost, it was about 650 pages long because we try to provide all the information. I know it feels like a treasure hunt, and, you know, we try to bookmark best we can to provide that information. To be as transparent as possible for accountability, because I know that was brought up. One of the things you'll notice in this budget as we move forward that's a little different is that we have moved police and fire out of the general fund, that it is in now a 205 fund, which is as well as the special assessment money, so that it literally could not be used for anything else because it has just in and out right there. So that is just a note as well. I know that there was a comment that they reviewed the audit, and the audit said that it was being used for things. Well, the audit was for the previous fiscal year that didn't include the special assessment. The only time that the audit mentioned the special assessment was saying that the village has proactively worked in order to correct some of these deficits, so.
Can you also speak to the fact that we did go out for quotes to go to NACFA or to go to a different, like to contract out through Oakland County?
Yeah, I mean, we did, we reached out to the state police. That was obviously brought up before. We've talked to different services. I mean, as you can look at the township, charges millage, I think it's like 4.25 for their NACFA service alone. We contacted the state police. State police basically said they know that we weren't really interested in pursuing them, so they were going to give us like an in-depth quote on it. We used comparisons.
That was actually Oakland County, I believe.
Oakland County, I'm sorry, not state police. You're right, Oakland County. The state police is the de facto one. It's not, the same. I know that, Councilmember Koskela, had spoken with Oakland County as well. And, I guess open back up for your discussion on that.
Well, basically, I was just going to bring up, that Oakland County currently, they're having massive issues even supplying what they're supposed to their own townships that are contracted through them. It's been a big thing at the Oakland County Commissioners meeting where they have literally doubled or tripled. So that is the only choice we have in terms of contracting. We could potentially go with a shared services with potentially a closer community. But we don't really have a closer community that has the same level of staffing as we do for our police.
And if you talk to Chris Barnett from Orion Township, I mean, they have been working with the county. I mean, they're one of their oldest clients for police, and the budget range that they gave them between, it could be this amount, could be this amount, was $2 million. Like, that's our entire budget for it. That was just the range of the sway it could be. And so he has had to, just for budgetary purposes, started to FOIA the county. And there's all kinds of things that are going on with that, with them. And so that is who would be the logical people that we'd have to go with as well if we were to not have it in-house.
I also started looking at the ballot initiatives that are going on in the municipalities around us. Independence Township is one of them. They are putting a millage for their Oakland County cost. They're actually putting 2 millages out to their voters. One is going to be for covering SROs. The other is to include the $2 million increase, just the increase that they are looking at for their budget for police and fire. Now, on May 20th at 26, our Holly Township went ahead with a special assessment. They have had that going since the creation of NACFA. They are asking their residents to pay 1.2, just over $1 million, and just for fire. So that does give us an idea of what fire costs surrounding us, and that is not a millage. They did a special assessment in the same spirit that we are. They are also using special assessment to be able to offer different funding so that their residents have services such as that.
And I could add onto that, I'm sorry, which
Sure.
just additionally, if we look at that, whatever that millage rate is, our fire, I think at the end of the day was about 900,000, just under $1 million. But what we also get from that is because we have a very proactive fire chief, gets us almost $350,000 of cost recovery on that. They've started doing training that they were becoming like a community leader in different types of training. So we're also getting, we're finding different revenue sources within as well, based on having really great department heads that are spearheading these initiatives.
I do think our school resource officer program is top notch, and the school district is paying for that too, for their portion of it. We clearly cover when the officers are back on duty for us. In this day and age, when you have children in school, a school resource officer is a priceless asset. There is a lot of things that go on in different parts, and I don't see us cutting that.
As well, I would also say that Chief Narsh and I have been renegotiating with the school district on this because they value our officers. They know that it would be twice as expensive to get it from anyone else as well. And so they are increasing their contributions on that into to further cover any costs that would affect the community for SROs.
Legacy costs was one of our biggest costs for police. And I know that there's been a little bit of reform there. Could you discuss that for the public, please, that are unaware? Because
so our
this
second-
was, just a reminder, this was discussed at length during our 8-hour budget meeting when we went over our receipts line by line. And these items are available on YouTube for the public to watch at any time. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, so our second largest expense village, our first, if you're looking at what our price tags are, our first largest expense is our police service Our second largest is our unfunded pension liability. When people keep mentioning the clerk's office increase, well, what that increase actually was is because of our unfunded pension liability of where it comes out of. It's allocated to those personnel, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, because this is not my area of expertise necessarily, but were participants in the defined benefits plan. And so the remainder of the people that are in that defined benefits plan have to absorb that cost for the people that were that have since retired. And so as that group gets smaller, and so it just so happens that an individual that is in the defined benefits plan works within our clerk's treasurer office. That expense wouldn't go away if she were to retire or anything. It just is a statement of it. We did renegotiate with MERS, and previously there was some money that was put away that was kind of just sitting. Within MERS, that when we got the state, what funds were those? It was a state grant to cover some of this to get us up to that 62%, and so we've had them reallocate some of that money in order to lower our annual expense. I think it went down like $300,000 when we did this annually, and it allowed, but it did not also change our date that we would fall off of this program. It still is like 2040, I believe, is when we would be 110% covered is what they look at.
Another thing that was mentioned is something that we did some research on, which is getting a first responder unit where people are both police and fire. Jane DeSessa and I met and discussed this once, and she's worked in several places where they had those people there, and she said that learning both positions was really no big deal. I can't say that our forces would necessarily agree that learning police or fire duties is no big deal, but the startup cost is completely unaffordable for us and just not something that we can consider at this moment. Though it could be down the road. I wouldn't say it's off the table. It's just not right now. Anything else, council?
Yeah, I see on there, we're doing the 4 mills plus we're adding $258.96 for solid waste.
That's not on this item. It's that is just your.
What it says right here, and whereas the village council shall cause to be levied a collection.
I think you're looking at, let me make sure that I'm reading this. I think you might be looking at the next item.
It's not consent pay.
That's our just the solid waste, because
I'm sorry,
yeah.
My computer jumped down on me on accident.
So, and
I retract my statement.
I'll cover that in the next item. So.
Could you clarify and give some nuance to the assertions that last year you said we wouldn't be in this position and now suddenly we are? Because I believe there needs to be a little nuance to that.
Yeah, I mean, we are making strides we wouldn't be, Elise and I, when we first started, we were, within 90 days, we were having to submit a budget. And so a lot of this had never been addressed before I identified. And so a lot of that was just, we wouldn't be caught as unaware. Now, we're still operating, we haven't, although we have action items on here to move forward. We've worked with municipal analytics to plan better, to have like strategic plans. So we are looking forward and we're having these things, but nothing in government works quickly, as everyone here, I am sure, knows. And when we get to the cityhood item, I'll talk about that more in depth and address some of the things that were said. But the truth of the matter is, Headley still exists. We still are reducing the amount of income, and we have cut back in many areas. The reality is, if we as a community don't want to cut services, if we don't want to remove our police, or we don't want to remove fire, or we don't, or we want to cut back on roads and all these other things, then if that is something the community desires, and we would have to make dramatic changes other than these other things that we're going to talk about with cityhood and things like that.
Council?
I have a few items. Some of these I already know the answer to, but I want to clarify for the public. Why did it take so long to send out the notices Cause I know we had a problem with that, cause I know myself, I never received mine in the mail for it. And I know there's people on Facebook saying that they've also never received it, or some people have received it. So can you clarify to the public why
Yeah.
we waited?
So initially, we had been discussing, and we've been discussing for months, like how we wanted to do it right going forward. When we looked, and we didn't want to be in the situation, I know that, it was mentioned, I think George mentioned, why are we waiting until now? Our understanding, and I think we still hold the understanding that the way that the Public Act is written is that we technically didn't even have to do this public hearing as it sits. But the council, because we did not change the special assessment district, it's in Public Act 33, it's Section 801 is where you create a special assessment district. Section 802 is your annual requirements. If you are not changing your special assessment district, if you're not changing your amount, the understanding, the legal opinion we had is we didn't have to do that. Council, a couple weeks ago said, regardless of what that says, we still want to do a public hearing to make sure that people, because we made a commitment that we wanted to do that. And so as soon as I got that guidance, we put it out. And the way that we did that is we used the same address book. Lisa was actually off at the time because it was, hey, we have to get this out now to meet the requirements of the timeline. So Tessa and I used the same address book, but we just updated any of the address changes that have occurred. So, and that we sent them out that day.
I would also like to point out that last year on June 17th, we put out that council wanted the public hearing, and that was already given direction to staff. So I'm still confused on why we waited so long, and I also disagree with that interpretation of the MCLs for the public hearing. I know that's not what this discussion is going to be about. I just wanted that out there.
When we had that discussion, when you and I had that discussion, and we were talking about this guidance, what the statements were, I would like the attorney's opinion on it. I gave the attorney's opinion, and you said I wanted the attorney's written legal opinion. We gave you the attorney's written legal opinion, and then the answer was, I disagree with that opinion, and we want to do this. So that was the kind of the flow of that communication with staff on this item.
Right. I know it was also brought up last month that we should possibly have another meeting to discuss the budget more and possibly at the same time as the public hearing. So it still took a long time to even get back to council and say, we're not having this public hearing. So I'm kind of worried about that as well. But going back to it, for the 4 mills amount, how much carryover do we have from this past budget going forward to this new budget for our account, and how much money do we currently have?
For, in regards to
operating in
the
general.
4 mills, or?
No, for
Okay,
operating in
so,
general.
yeah.
Like our general budget.
Yeah, like our general budget, like how much are we contributing to our bank accounts from this past budget that we did not spend to carry over versus how much we also still have in our bank account to move forward with.
So I will defer to Lisa on that. However, we have to also understand that we haven't done our year-end reconciliations. So we have one budget amendment that's going to happen tonight. That will be a budget amendment for, those things. And then in the following month, we're going to do a budget reconciliation that close all those out. So even if that amount is even if we're saying, hey, it's $100,000 right now, that doesn't account for the payroll that occurs this week, for example, for those amounts. I don't know, Lisa, do you have anything on that?
Yes, I'm not, like you said, I haven't closed, I'm still working on May because there was a problem with BSNA. So I've not even closed May out yet. And then we are not finished with June, so I can't do
Right, but
July.
we should
So
have a
it's-
projected amount for the end of the year.
Yeah, and it's not with when we're talking about putting money away, it's not like we are so tight right now with it. It's not like it's like within $10,000, $20,000. That's like how tight the left and right is, and how we've been trying to. Even when we've had a request for other things, we have done freezes. When there were requests for additional parks things, we had to have hard discussions about, hey, I know that we talked about this. However, the contractual expenses for lawn mowing has gone up, which has affected all of these things. And so, so I guess we don't have an exact amount. And if we had this question beforehand, we would have been able to project out and give you that. But.
For the municipal analytics tool, that was supposed to help us determine what we needed. Or do we have like a progress report for that?
The budget committee met with John from them, and we kind of went over it. I don't know if the finance committee, sorry, the finance committee met with John. I don't know if they want to talk about that at all at this point, or in your reports.
Does that give us a better clue on how much we actually need to use for the special assessment?
I don't think that was covered.
Yeah, it wasn't, we really just.
Order. The chatter from out there carries, and it gets difficult to hear the conversation.
I will say, the finance committee, when they met with us, we only really went over roads and water rates is really the only things that we went over in terms of municipal analytics.
We did look at some projections as far as like what it would look like if we did not do special assessment and some of that, but
Yes.
it didn't cover.
I do think he was prepared to discuss that, but we're like, we're not really throwing our focus on that. So I think if that was information we did want going forward, you'd probably pull it out.
Yeah, it's available. It was a long meeting already, and it was kind of
Yeah.
hyper focused on some of the water questions and things that were being asked.
And you're not gonna like.
Just to clarify, how long is this special assessment for?
So the special assessment district is created.
I'm not asking about the district, the assessment itself, the assessment role.
So it's annually, just like the last one was. It is an annual appropriation. And then next year, if council wants to do a public hearing and then we haven't changed anything, I mean, we can put it on the calendar for it, but it is an annual assessment every year. The public hearing requirements are different than what that question is.
Well, last year we set the special assessment for 1 year, and that was it. Then we revisited this year. That's why it's a different role. So that's why I was wondering what this role is set for. Like, what is our resolution for this role going to be set for?
It's annual, correct? Yep.
Well, and I believe when we said it for
You
a
said it for-
5-year.
We set
That's
the
the
district.
district.
The district.
That's created.
That was separate. So, I mean, these distinctions matter when it comes to this, because we could set that and then we wouldn't even have to do the special hearing and all that stuff again next year if we kept it the same or lowered it. So that's why it was set for 1 year, so we would redo it every single year as we need it to determine the amount.
I'll punt to you if that's all right.
Well, I don't have anything new to contribute to that. It is, as my opinion stated, and I appreciate the fact that you disagree with it, but if you wish to have this annually, it can be done annually, just as it was tonight.
Regardless of the amount, we have to have a vote on the amount annually. But whether or not it has to be noticed and there has to be a public hearing was the point of discussion. The amount was never, or the vote was never in question. I mean, we knew we had to do that. It was just the notice requirements, really what we were discussing when we went back and forth. That's my understanding, at least.
Actually sending the letters out.
The
Public
notice
hearing.
requirements,
Right.
yeah.
Well, I would like it added at least into the resolution that we plan on having a public hearing again next year, and that we plan on having it by at least April to give us time.
Are you proposing that as an amendment to the motion?
Yes, but I would like to see that as an amendment to the motion, and I would also like to see the millage rate drop, because I do think there are probably cuts in this budget that we said we were gonna revisit during our budget workshops that we never revisited.
So my concern with that is, like, we heard a public speaker come up and say, everything is going up.
Yep.
Food's going up, everything's going up. So gas is going up, all of our employees' salaries. If we're not taking care of people, we're not taking care of our equipment, we're just not gonna have anybody or any equipment.
Well, how many extra stuff did we purchase since then? An analytic tool that was supposed to be ready by like March timeframe that we could have waited to this next budget cycle to budget for. From hearing extra employees that we hired since then.
Did we hire extra employees?
Or moving people up from part-time to full-time after July.
But I
But
believe
was
That was out of
water
it is
sewer.
to support the water sewer side, so that was.
That's coming out
That
of the
was not
water
general-
fund?
That was
Yes,
not
come
general
out of the
fund, yeah.
water and sewer fund, not the general fund.
And they worked and they worked at DPW during that period for water, sewer.
And this mill, the 4 mil rate also reflects that we are bringing in less because of the heavy rollback, correct? We are bringing in what, 10 point something mils, which is less than we did last year.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, I remember last year that we did say, you know, when we came back to see this again, we weren't gonna try to keep it at the 4 mils, we were gonna try to drop it. And I do remember stating that we need to have motion or a discussion about this before the budget term meeting we had to have right now. And, I don't think it's appropriate to keep it at 4 mils. We should have been able to cut something somewhere, which I believe we did, or I thought we did. And it's not fair that we stated we wanted a public hearing, and it feels like, to me, it feels like we were stonewalled.
We had 8 hours of budget work session that staff really received very little to no guidance on any cuts that the council wanted to make. We proposed some, but it was pretty much said, well, that sounds like stuff we need to keep. I mean, you can watch the videos.
No, I know
We
that,
sat
I'm just
for 8
saying, we
hours
had, when we
trying to
had,
get guidance on this.
when we had that meeting last year, before we had our new budget meeting, we said we wanted to make sure we did right by our constituents. And we wanted to have a hearing before the time that we had it now, instead of last minute.
I believe what Tim is saying is we did. We had those budget workshops where we talked about this, where we talked about potentially putting off the roof replacement for the DPW.
No, I know that.
Literally line by line of every single expense, so.
I believe we had incomplete budget workshops, because there was many times we said we will visit this again later, and we never visited again. We didn't schedule another budget workshop since then. And I've at least asked for it, and last May, I was under the understanding that we were gonna have one more meeting between May's and then that just went away when it was decided that we didn't need the special hearing. And that was only one part of that meeting.
I guess for me, at least, just for me personally, I know that you did request that last month, and so I figured that you would call a meeting or, you know, send something to try to get somebody to call that meeting.
I figured I didn't need to if we were supposed to have a special hearing. And not to mention, last time I called a special meeting, I got vilified for it by members of the council during it. Wendell, for supporting it, got vilified and railed during that meeting, like he did something wrong. So. You guys can try to deny that, but the video is on YouTube.
Oh, I saw the video. That's because Wendell was making a special meeting on something he didn't even have any information on. I do think that we should be somewhat educated before calling special meetings, unless you gave them education.
For the
I
record.
do agree that there is unfinished business with the budget. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, Mr. Ryan. I do think that there is unfinished budget issues. I have an issue with the line item for parks. So I do think that is something that needs to be said. As far as the special assessment levy, unfortunately, I don't see how we cut police and fire on that. So I don't see where we are bringing in less money by the Headley rollback and still having this, like, we have to pay for police and fire, unless you want to defund the police. Like, are we defunding the police? Is that where we're at?
No, we should dissolve the village. If we cannot do this stuff right, we should dissolve it. April, this is my resignation. Please take it in full. Not get told that I was misinformed about something, especially anything else. You guys want me to keep on playing this game to the railroad, but you go ahead. But I stand behind the public. But I think it's bullshit. Pardon the French, but I'll say it how wanna say. I think it's bullshit.
Mr. Wendell, I appreciate your service and I hope that you change your mind. This resignation does not count unless it is turned in written to administration. So you have between now and then to reconsider. Council, any further discussion? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Ascala,
Yes.
Tyre,
Yes.
okay, Wendell,
No.
Ryan,
No.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
That's okay. I probably won't respond anyway, because I don't wanna.
Good. Yeah, go ahead. You said just a few minutes? Okay. Okay. Thank God. I just can't imagine if it were any other way. Golly fucking gee. He might be coming back in. They're checking his numbers. Okay. I asked him to reconsider.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I told him to call his wife. He's getting his numbers checked now. I just wanted to.
Because we learned here, which was actually a really good time. So some people do look at your like, she pays like 1,200. So like, Marshall, Derek else, like, there's tax increase, but they don't truly get impacted. Some people grow. You're not paying for it. And it's very. They have no idea how much. If you go back to your revenue, it goes up. I am like so sick of hearing that. So they keep complaining about this Headley rollback, like we're getting the cut. Your millage rate, the Headley rollback increases your millage rate when your revenue goes up so high past inflation. So there's, they have had higher tax rate. Yes. Their dollar amount has gone up so high. That's why they have had to roll back. They're still bringing in more money. But some people don't know how to read a book. I just don't get it. So confident in how much it's worth. Cut. No, it's not. Lying to the there's Anna over today. She is.
Oh, we're still on break. We're gonna give him a couple more minutes. I'll go ask. I'll go get the. Council, is everyone here? We're missing Buster. And then I've got the second. And George was like, just say your name and address every time. And John.
We've got representation.
How's that dog? Are you walking facing?
Are we live?
We are. We're live.
All right, we will resume. Daniel is reconsidering his resignation. And for that, I am glad. I respect his civic-minded heart and his service to this community. And I'm going to take this opportunity to say that my mind is blown that anyone would applaud his resignation. I know it was in the spirit of supporting him, but it's just mind-boggling to me. This is a team and we're all on it. And whether we agree or not, when the council makes a decision, the entire council makes a decision. And we're together here through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And there's a lot of bad. But Daniel is a part of this team, and I'm very proud of him. Lisa, will you please read item B?
Consideration by Village Council of the approval of Resolution 2026-27, acknowledging receipt and adoption of the Village of Holly fiscal year 2026-2027 General Appropriations Act.
This item is the formal resolution acknowledging receipt and adoption of the budget. Do I have a first to consider item A of new business?
So there's a couple items I think we amend on this, or I'd like to amend. What's the process for doing that? Do we need to make it?
Just say, I mean.
Can I, for instance, do we want to talk about it first, or do we?
Actually, before we do this, I will entertain a motion to excuse Mr. Wendell from the rest of the meeting.
I'll make that motion to excuse Mr. Wendell from the rest of the meeting.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion by Ryan, a second by Weinbrenner. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carried. Okay, Jim, back to you.
I think to answer the question, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, that we would open it up for discussion, and during discussion, talk about any amendments, and then amend the original motions. Is that correct? Yes.
All right.
Okay. So,
First and second?
yep. Do I have a first to consider
I'll
item A
make
of
the
new
motion.
business?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Koskela.
Second.
We have a second by Kyer. Any discussion?
I can kick it off just quickly because there has been changes since the last one. There have been a couple reductions and things just to further reduce whatever we can as far as projects. I know like in parks, the amounts have gone down on some of the projects there in any area else we could. And then also as I mentioned, the, police, fire, dispatch have been removed from 101 and have been moved into 205.
Okay, Jim?
Yep, so thank you, Madam President. So my understanding, this has not, the DDA hasn't approved their budget yet. They've discussed it, but it actually hasn't been approved yet. So what I think we can do is we can make adjustments to it and then send it back to them, and then they can approve it. So there are a couple things that are missing from here that had been talked about previously. One of them was the basically the cost to reimburse the village for the expenses incurred in the district by the village. So one of the residents brought up street sweeping. I think, for instance, was the street sweeping that they hired out, is that to the entire district, or was it just downtown district, for instance?
I believe it was just for sidewalk cleaning and inside downtown district.
Okay, so I think there are, and, okay. So there's some items like that, and then also items like the rent of the office. I know that they were had discussed previously, and that's just not budgeted for currently.
So are you suggesting to remove the DDA budget out of this budget to be approved at a later time?
So I proposed that originally because I was under the impression that the DDA should have the budget already. Because they don't, what we can do is we can remedy that by saying we're going to make these adjustments, put a line item on there, and put that contingent on them approving it.
Time-wise for reporting to the state for the budget, would we have to have another meeting before July 1st to approve the DDA budget into ours?
If the amendment is that it's pending, that it's approved pending their certain actions, then you guys would not need to meet again. If it were to remove a portion of the budget, then you would have to, and they were to go to see it again, then you would have to meet to approve it. But if you were just amending it based on the specific considerations happening, you could approve it with those amendments. Just always look over and make sure I'm right.
Now speak up if necessary, but that's correct.
I just want to make sure the village was covered, the DDA's budget's not ready by July 1st, that we are still good on this board.
And just today, Councilmember Koskela had brought this up to me. And it had not been noticed before because in PA 57, how it reads, it says in it, it talks about how that the DDA can't adopt the budget until the governing body approves it. But there's a step in there as well that is supposed to have some kind of approval. It's not like the DDA hasn't seen it. The DDA has reviewed this before. They just haven't had a motion that we can direct to that says, we approve this budget. So I think that's
essentially they have not said as a group we approve this. So otherwise it would be problematic.
So are you going to amend it or?
So what I'd like to do is figure out a cost, put a line item on there for approximately what we think that we as a village are incurring maintaining or working or renting out space to the DDA. Because I think our DPW does some stuff. I was sitting on my kitchen window and I see the DPW driving down the flower pots for North Saginaw. So I think we are doing stuff.
We can also, the other thing we can do is, you can amend the budget too. Like you can amend their budget. Even if we approve this budget, budgets can be amended, just like we do, throughout the year. If we don't want to rush through, if we don't want to put these kinds of contingencies on there.
So my concern is an unwillingness of the DDA's part to work, to approve it. So if we don't give them something, they're just going to delay. So there's been items that are currently delaying on that we said need to fix, still delayed months. So I think that this is the opportunity where we can say, hey, if you guys are going to make an agreement with us to reimburse the village of the expenses that residents have even brought up, now's our chance to do it. Because this is what they said they want to do too. So it's not like us saying, hey, we're doing something without you. They just haven't done it yet. So we have a way to gauge what that expense should be.
How, and this is more of a question for Mike, what are the latitudes on an amendment like that as far as if they were to, the latitude, because what I don't want to do is be put on the spot right now and say, this is the number, because that would be arbitrary and it would not be as, thought out. But could they say, they're giving like, myself and staff latitude in order to negotiate that portion with them and then present a number, or how specific does the amendment have to be? I'm just trying to, so we can meet all of the state requirements and not, and also.
An amendment being what?
Amendment being that, approval is contingent upon the, some kind of agreement that has the cost sharing.
Cost sharing
That specifically covers.
I think this happened in Lake Orion where they said, the manager said, send it back to the DDA. They don't have this item on there, and they sent it back. It was for 68 grand. So they're able to come up with these cost sharing agreements somehow. Probably just estimate their expense and go from there. So that would be something that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, on the fly, coming up with a number for any of those services is not feasible. I don't see a problem with there being a condition that we approve it on the condition that there be some cost sharing agreement acceptable to the village manager, for example, and the DDA, something along those lines.
I think that's pretty arbitrary though. Like if you, that's like way too arbitrary, I think. So can we put like a limit, say no less than 10, no higher than whatever?
I mean, I don't even know how you come up with a number like that though.
So for instance, it's my understanding too that DDA could also provide fire protection services for their community. So I think it would be very easy to figure out. At least.
I think there's a lot of what would be easy for it when we're talking about rent, because we can use like market rates and we can use all of those things to determine by square footage, all those very quantifiable items. But when you go into the nuance of, all right, how much time does our DPW go down there, our fire, our police? It might be there might be rates that we set, that we have to calculate throughout the year, that we do this with these metrics, because what we can't do, what is dangerous to do is just to put a dollar amount on it, because we are supposed to, according to Public Act 2, is to be able to directly attribute the expenses to that, to the services being provided.
All those things can be quantified. It's just quantifying them in such a way that they're not too arbitrary on one hand, and yet not too restrictive on the other. I don't know how you do that on the fly.
So what would be legal for us to say? Does council even want to do this? Do we want to reimburse our village for the expenses incurred?
Yes, but I don't want to make up numbers on the spot. I believe that Tim is working on negotiations right now with Kevin Steffensen, the DDA director.
Yeah, we looked at how other municipalities were doing it, and we've been working. I gave them here's like the first draft based on some other communities what they've done. They've come back and they've given us some of that language. I don't, as it is looking right now, it's not an endpoint that I would put it before council or anyone else. There has to be a lot more negotiation into it, and that only covers the relation to everything else outside of what happens here. We have to do a separate agreement that also covers their usage of the space and those reimbursements here. Two separate agreements that we're working simultaneously.
Now, to Mr. Ryan's point, how do we make sure it's legal then if it's arbitrary? So what would the motion look like to make it legal that if it is saying up to manager's discretion or whatever?
I can't define that any better. I don't know, within $10,000?
Well, so even if we don't put a dollar figure on it, so what would be acceptable for state law to do?
State law doesn't talk about that particular issue, and it certainly doesn't define it to that level of specification.
So if it's silent, does that mean we can be arbitrary then and just give the discretion to the manager?
You can do that because state law is silent on that issue. It's how arbitrary does council wish to be?
Okay.
I think Tim's idea of how we pass and then pass an amendment later is probably the best and easiest route to go about it, because we can make that determination. Like where I work, the DDA there pays us money for it, and just these numbers that you guys are shooting at would be really low comparing that, because there's just more services here.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're finding out all the costs for it, it's going to take a while, and it's going to be more significant than people think it is.
what I would, based on that, what I would ask is that if we're able to pass it, how it looks now with contingency, that they approve their version of it, that it's amended, that they have to approve it before, it gets finalized, adopted. And then basically just give me direction, which I've received now, which is what we've already been working on, within the next,
Because my concern is, I'll talk about it in the next budget amendments, but they've been spending money basically illegally and without our permission. And we've told them this already, that they need to have our permission, and it's just, so I'm not sure why all of a sudden they're gonna say, oh yes, let's follow the law and let's share money. So if you guys are confident with that,
Well, from my understanding, it's just the one line item that we're questioning right now, and that's how much for the shared services that they're paying for. And then the
There is
rest of it
nothing on
was
there for
already
it.
what they were going with.
and there's no shared services on there right now.
Right, that can always be added after with an amendment.
Tim, how long do you expect your negotiations to take for that service agreement?
It's honestly on me right now, because they have provided me, at least for they provided me recently with their draft of it. I have to review it, I have to get legal opinion on it, and I would hope that we'd be able to do it.
And you're confident that if we passed it as is, you're confident that they would come back with a budget amendment? Because once we approve it, it's in their court.
Based on all my discussions with them, I believe they would.
Okay, okay.
Everything that I've done with Kevin has always been, and I think the staff would agree, that has always been in pretty good faith, and that they're trying to, they would like to do it, but they also want to make sure they're meeting all their requirements as well. I don't know what that number would be or what that would look like yet, but.
Council?
Well, is there an amendment that he needs to make
I
for it,
just-
or
we
just
have
leave it the
discussion
way
right
it
now.
is?
Yeah, because I also have an amendment I would like to make to the budget too, so. And I don't disagree with you, Mr. Ryan. I think that our, shared services, when they look at it, is going to be a lot higher than what we were anticipating for sure. Looking at our neighboring municipalities and their shared service agreements, I would like to look at the parks budget. Now, I love the parks and I've always been a parks person, but they have a project cost of $40,000, whereas Haya has a line item budget of 0. I would like to see an amendment to that $40,000 estimate on a project cost where we are giving $2,000 to Haya. Not, community block grants, but a $2,000 line item. They have had line items in the past, and for the last 3 years, we've given them 0. I think we need to remedy that. I also want to acknowledge that we are township taxpayers, and Holly Village residents, through their township taxes, contribute to Haya that way, and it is why I'm not asking for $3,500, which was previously budgeted a few years ago. I think 2,000 is a nice, in our fiscal era, that I think that $2,000 for Haya out of that parks budget can be moved.
I will say on that the way that we can do that legally is that we have to have a contract agreement with them that states it has to be a contract agreement that states these are the services being provided, and this is how much we're going to pay you. We cannot arbitrarily give amount of money to another municipality or another government entity or anything like that without having a contracted services agreement, because we cannot loan our credit out to any other agency.
So the
And that's
other-
clearly
yeah,
defined in the
yeah.
law.
And the other youth assistance that Oakland County courts established within this county, they are able to do that based on a charitable contribution to another municipality, as long as it is reported what they are using the money on.
Right.
It can be annually, it can be quarterly. It's up to the council how they would like Haya to report that, but I do think that we can do that, and I think that they have the ability to come back and let us know that they spent that money on skill building camps and different things. As long as it benefits the residents of the municipality, as far as I can tell in my research, that is covered through the law.
So the amendment would look something like pending a legal contract agreement that meets the criteria?
I don't think she's asking for an agreement.
No, I think they
Oh,
should
okay.
have to come and do
yeah,
that.
then
Yes,
agreement, I think it
absolutely.
is.
But I also want to give them $2,000 out of the park budget.
We can always have the $2,000 as a budget item and not spend it if there's no agreement made.
Absolutely.
Now, I would ask if, my representative to Parks maybe could talk about what that line item would be utilized for, so you can just understand what you're maybe, yeah, because this is also a number that has gone down, that originally it was at like 75, that we brought it down to 40, you know.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. So I can speak to that. I put some money in the parks budget this year, parks project budget, so that we could continue to move forward with some of the projects that have identified through some of our walkthroughs. One of the big line items would be at Ganshaw Park to continue with that 5-year plan that council had adopted. Again, it was an attempt to start to fund some of these larger projects that the Parks Commission has identified and you have approved. So that was the basis of increasing the funds to that line item.
Would that be for the review of the fen or the removal of the weeds?
It would be almost for, well, the one quote that I got for the entirety of the project was $65,000.
Exactly, that's
So
why
it
I'm
won't
confused where
cover,
the numbers are.
it won't cover the entire project, but it would certainly help start the fen exploration as well as engineering costs if needed.
And have we, again, because again, in the Ganshaw Park agreement, the DDA has committed to financing some of these updates. Have
I
we
don't know
talked
if,
to them?
I don't know if he has I don't know if DDA has fully committed, but there has been conversations about them wanting to be involved with the certain parks that are in DDA and helping to fund some of these projects.
So when I was on Parks and we first clear cut Ganshaw, that was something that the DDA got a grant for. They were willing to commit to fixing, and it is in their TIF plan that they beautify those parks. I would like to see the DDA come through on that. I also think that Cyclone Park may be more of an issue than Ganshaw right now as far as pressing. And as a council, I understand the Parks Department can come to us with a recommendation, but it is up to us to vote on what we do with that. And I think Cyclone has some pressing needs that might also be worth talking about. Such as drainage, parking. This park was originally, I know at one point you were part of the first design committee who came to speak to us when we were on parks about things that we need to do here. I just don't know that Ganshaw is where we throw all of our money right now.
Is that it for Danny?
Did you have anything else you wanted to say, Danny?
No. I'm good.
On that, I have, at the last couple parks meeting, I did speak about, Cyclone Park, some proposals about drainage, and also, you know, we have obviously the parking concerns and needs about what that would look like, and kind of drafted it up. I know at the first time it was not well received, and then we kind of articulated it a little more, and I think there's some more thought to it.
3 years ago, I was all about putting boardwalks at Ganshaw, and I was on part of that, and I do think it would be a wonderful thing. But in our budget at the moment, it is a wish list of mine and maybe not a necessity.
So just so we can keep this in order, because we have amendments. So the first amendment A would be that it's contingent, the DDA's budget is contingent upon approval by the DDA board. Amendment B would be to remove $2,000 from the parks project costs and move it to and probably non-departmental community programs for CDBG. I think we actually have a CDBG item.
HIA is listed as a line.
I'm sorry, HIA, not CDBG. A lot of acronyms in my head right now.
HIA has an account number under non-department.
I know that in fact, Lisa's talked to them about.
Finish that amendment pending the contract agreement that meets the criteria.
Yes, and we have to draft a contract agreement, which would have to be still approved by council. And that should be, as long as it's agreeable by HIA, that should be a fairly simple one that we can draft up and hopefully even have on the meeting in 2 weeks.
Okay. So that's amendments A and B. Any further amendments?
Doesn't Hyanel keep track of everything that they spend or what it goes out?
Yes.
They-
So they know.
Because I've
They
seen,
should, yes.
exactly.
They do report it. They have a transparency
Right.
agreement. They do put out what they spend it on, so it wouldn't be out of the question to ask them to provide that for us to fulfill
Okay.
the contract.
Yeah, as long as it's a contract agreement and it's not just, that's the important thing. I know that when Lisa, I believe, has spoken to them about utilizing CDBG funds, and it has proven unwieldy for them to manage those requirements of it. And I know having us use CDBG funds, I understand, because, a project that would cost us $40,000 to do sidewalks because of Davis-Bacon, because of prevailing wages, all that, turns out to be an $80,000 project because of all of the additional concerns and reporting that we have to do. So CDBG is not easy to use whenever you're using federal money, so.
Any further amendments, council?
I have more discussion on necessarily an amendment.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not going to present this as an amendment because I know how poorly it's going to go over with the rest of the council, and I don't want us to ruin the other amendments for it. First, I want to applaud you guys for the first budget you did within 90 days. I know how hard that is. I recently went through that on a much smaller scale. So that was a good job for that. One thing I would suggest we do is gut the budget a lot more like park spending. If it's not needed, get rid of it. The capital improvement plans, if they're not emergencies, get rid of them. And we could potentially save some money on that, especially when we don't have the full-ized capital improvement plan to know what we need to prioritize that money on. Because, like you said, this park right here could use some improvements more than what Ganshaw might need. So with the improvement plan, we would be able to see that and be able to focus where we spend our money more. So that
And my
is
argument
where
on
I
that
sent
too
for it,
is
so.
Ganshaw's in the DDA district, it's in their TIF plan, this one's not.
Yep. Which
Let's,
would be part of the funding for it, yeah.
Yep, you're right. I agree with you.
What are the legal requirements surrounding capital improvement plans? Do we have to have those by
Yes,
certain
we have a
times?
master plan. We're supposed to have one. We've been delinquent on it for years.
It also helps out, having the capital improvement plan helps out with redevelopment ready communities, and other grants and all of those other things. And again, we sit down and we work on it, and a lot of what we come back to is, well, we have our wish list of things. It just, you can't assign years when you have no additional budget to budget for any kind of real improvements, for capital improvements, when there's no revenue to allocate for a new ladder truck or things like that. We can do the maintenance things. All right, we've identified that the windows at the fire department need to be replaced, and we can do that. We project out that the roof will need to be done in 5 years, the carpets in this amount of time. Those kinds of capital improvement things can, but like the large ticket items, the things that really take hits to the budgets, those are just wish list items. But we've got our draft is we're finalizing that, but again, it's a wish list at this point. It's not a true capital improvement plan to my standards.
But eventually that wish list isn't going to be a wish list. It's going to be, we need to do this now. It's an emergency. So.
I will stand up for parks a little bit in that we have never once gone anywhere close to over budget. In fact, this year, we gave you guys a lot of money back to put into things. And I think to negate what parks bring to this community is dangerous, because not only does it improve your property taxes and your valuability being around a green space, it also lowers depression. It increases people's physical fitness. There are so many positives to parks. I agree, maybe not $40,000, but to just completely wipe out the parks budget would be negligent.
We also, speaking of negligent, we have legal requirements too. Like, for example, the soft fall chips that you're going to see on a later one, that is a liability requirement through our insurance, like that we have to have, a certain level of, so that there are those kind of considerations too, that a lot of these project costs are necessarily that we just want it new and shiny. It's that we have to make sure, you know, the rusty slide is not, you know, killing kids.
Yeah, I want to be clear that the swing sets at Crapo and the swing sets at Lakeside have been there since I was a child in the 80s. So, yeah, we don't have parks
The
people that are just
1980s?
willy-nilly in the 1980s. But you don't see the improvements. You look at our benches, they're chipping paint. 2 weeks ago, we had people complaining about weeds in our parks that I went out personally and pulled because we don't have the staff to do it. I'm gonna stand up for my parks because we need them.
I'm also gonna agree with you. I don't think that parks needs to be gutted. I think that, of a lot of our committees, parks are the ones who are hands on the ground doing the work. I've attended every parks cleanup for the last 5 or 6 years, and there are few people here that have done that. And it's the parks people who come, and they're the ones who are there, they do the work. I understand softball, I understand things that we need to do. There's maintenance for sure. Maintenance is one thing. Fen engineering, if there is a fen there, that's great. We lost some funding from SISMA. That was a huge loss. I personally had signed up to be their liaison when SISMA went under. I agree. Those are things that we need to look at. I just don't see Ganshaw as the one we spend the money at. I'd rather see him paint the benches at Craven.
So
But
parks,
that's a parks issue.
well, parks attracts families to live, to play, and for events. So what's necessary and what are investment style improvements? How much of the budget is going towards that, and how much would you guys say is unnecessary and where there's no investment as well?
I was good with my 2,000 Hyatt.
So as opposed to gutting, what would you specifically recommend taking away?
Well, I can't really make that determination without the capital improvement plan to determine where we need to put that money. So, and when I mean gutting, I don't necessarily mean taking away the necessity stuff that's for like safety and things like that. That would always be in there because that's needed. I'm talking about like the outside value of it, like spending extra money for other projects and things of that nature.
I agree. I think, again, the township levy is a 1 mil for their parks. They get $250,000 for 2 parks. We usually when I came onto council, we sat between $10,000 and $15,000 for projects. A water fountain costs us $8,000. There's your budget for the year.
That'll bring us to another point people brought up. If we can't afford all this stuff, why not consider looking into how much money citizens can save by just being a township and not a village? So I know we have the cityhood initiative on the docket tonight, but what about considering other options other than cityhood?
I agree. I think
Which
we should look at everything.
I know President Brandon brought up several times in the past. That's all
My concern with
I
that
have for
is
the budget.
if we go to a township, it's my understanding the outer township residents do not want police services at all. So
I think you're
We can
considering
save
if
that
it were
for
to
the-
become a charter township, they would
That's
have
a
to,
charter,
yeah. If they were to do that, yeah. That would be the.
Okay, if we became if the village was no more, the township does not want police.
Yeah, but I think we're talking two different things. We're talking about if they created a charter township versus just like he's talking about just dissolving.
Other things we could also consider to
Wait,
try to
one second, let's stay there for just a moment. I feel like I remember we've spoken in the past about how this is numbers that could be run through municipal analytics. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah, I mean they have a lot of that stuff already programmed in. Yeah.
Yeah.
The cityhood portion of it. Yeah.
So we could do a comparison model between Charter Township and
Not
cityhood.
charter. Well, I don't know about charter township because
we wouldn't have information.
We wouldn't have information on that because that's their decisions to make about all of that, like how that would look. Now that, again, I don't want to even speak on that too much because that would be a decision for outside of our municipality if they're going to do that because then they would have a requirement to provide police and fire and all those things to the exterior of the, like, so their taxes would increase across the board for the rest of the township if they were to do that. So I don't want to even hypothesize on like what that would look like, because I have no idea.
Well, and truthfully, I know like when I researched, more villages turn into cities than dissolve and go into townships. It just seems to be where they're all heading.
There's
Michigan
150
started out with all townships, and then you created these villages to kind of, you know, you had larger populations, and then once they grew to where they needed to be and they cover all of the services that we do, the natural step is to go towards cityhood.
You're stealing all my stuff from the city.
Maybe
You're
with our budget, we can't afford all those services. So maybe that's why we might need to reduce stuff. Like, for instance, for the water department, have we reached out to like water or talked to the water resource commissioner about possibly putting some of that responsibility, ask them to take over, like for say, billing for like a phase, and then eventually work towards getting the county to take over our water system?
So our water systems aren't the thing, or our water sewer are not, although they, you know, obviously those are not general fund expenditures that are the things that are really at the heat
Right,
of
but
part
we
of our
have
discussion.
huge expenses coming up with the pump stations and stuff. So that's still gonna be more
But those
resources.
those services and expenses don't go away.
No, I agree, but we still have staff that support those.
Because when we talk about dissolving it, we talk about getting rid. Like it's not that your police goes away. You don't have police coverage. Your fire goes away. You have to get it from somewhere else. You have to get it from the state. You're like those things still exist.
Right, but through like economies of scale, say they did our billing for us, it might cost us less money staff wise to fulfill that if we contract with them and they're paying a portion because they have a larger system, more staff there, they can take on more at a lower
Yes,
cost.
and the economy of scale is, and you're also paying into the other communities that are doing that. The larger
Right.
communities, and so then we've seen how that has worked for every other service Oakland County provides. How they're the most expensive per people in the game for every service.
I'm just
So-
suggesting it might be something we could look into for it.
Any other amendments, council, or discussion points on the budget?
Do I need to amend my original motion?
I think that you should probably, the safest bet would be to do a vote on each amendment. So you're doing, rather than just doing one on an amendment, so vote on amendment A, amendment B, and then vote on, correct? Yeah.
It's so much easier, yeah, than trying to combine those two.
I know.
Why don't you
So-
start with, why don't you start with the amendment of, the DDA budget requiring being pending approval from the DDA? Do you wanna,
I'll make that motion.
okay, and then I think Kyer was support, do you
will,
amend
yeah.
your second? Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Kyer,
Yes.
Ryan,
No,
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. And now, Shannon, would you like to make a motion about,
So I would like to make a motion for B of the budget emotions, that we reduce the project cost of parks by $2,000 and put it into a non-building fund for Haya, pending a contract that they sign with us to show what they are spending that money on.
do I hear support?
I'll support.
We have a motion by Cole, we have support by Weinbrenner. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
no,
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Lisa, will you please read item C?
Consideration of Village Council of the approval of Resolution 2026-028 acknowledging receipt and adoption of the Village of Holly fiscal year 2026-2027 fee schedule.
Similar to the last item, this is the formal resolution acknowledging receipt and adoption of the village fee schedule that has been part of the budget discussions. Do I have a first to consider item C of new business?
I'll make the motion to consider item C of new business.
I will second that.
We have a motion by Ryan. We have a second by Cole. Also, I just remembered earlier, Angela popped in and asked us all to speak into your microphones, please. Looking at you, Buster.
What?
Damn it. Any public comment on this item? The fee schedule. Mattson?
Ryan Matson, 15091 Western Valley Drive. I'm just hoping as part of your guys' discussion, if it can be clarified, I think I saw just something about like a work from home fee and then like a at-home business registration fee. So if you could just, what that distinction is between those two would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you said that was the at-home fee versus the
Work from home and then the at-home.
work from home and at-home? Thank you. Any further public comment? Hearing none, seeing.
I just got from the peanut gallery out there, a good point, that was, that you guys voted for amendments, but you didn't vote for the finalized on the last item. You guys voted on amendments A and B, but you didn't vote to approve.
For the approval.
The actual, General Appropriations Act.
Oh, I thought that was part of Jim's original motion
You
along
you
with the
voted
first
for the
amendment.
amendments, but not, it should be item B as amended.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Can I suggest we finish this item and then go back to it, since we already have a motion on the floor?
Oh, we do. You're right.
Yep.
See, we have Ryan and Cole. Yep. Okay. And then, so we will go back to B in just a moment.
Was there any other public comment? I think that's where we're at.
That is where I was at.
Yeah.
And there was no further public comment. So, council, any discussion?
I would like to know the distinction between those two fees as well.
Yes, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Thank you.
If I can. Now, as I'm looking at, and it's, I do know that, chapter 110 of our, ordinance requires anyone that's operating as a business at all has to, register within the village. So I'm sure that's why the fee exists. And so, let me look at where it's at.
Council, any further discussion or questions while he's looking that up?
I do have one. I would like to actually see our notary fees be zero. It's standard practice at like the library, the different banks and things that you don't charge for notaries. I understand it's $10, but, we have a special assessment for our police and fire, and one of them is a $10 fee for different, notaries with gun purchases. I think we can cover that with a special assessment. We don't need to charge people an additional $10.
Council, anyone else?
Just a comment.
What do you got?
So, dang it, you're
Your
on time.
is up,
sorry.
Jim, sorry.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. One item, I know I had mentioned in the past, one item I'd like to see is if we do have new changes or if there are changes to any of these, if we can just highlight them and say, this has been changed from a previous year, or just have a comparative one right next to it. If I'm missing that, I apologize. It makes it a lot easier to figure out what has changed year to year.
I believe unless any of the department heads know better, deny on the home occupation versus the new business registration, home business, I believe the home occupation one is just a legacy item that needs to be removed. Is that your view of it too? But I
Yeah,
will
it's been on
verify
there
that.
for, yeah, it's been on there for a while.
Shannon, which fee were you looking at?
The notary fee.
There's a notary fee.
It's under
police
service fees.
department
Under service fees?
Yeah.
And service fees, it's in two places.
So I see it under, service fees, and then where else did you say it was
Under
in?
police department fees, there's a $10 notary charge and the notarized gun purchase permit. I believe the permit is $10. So we don't necessarily have to waive that, but I don't think we need to notarize, like, I don't think we need to charge people $10 for notaries at those places.
What's that? The $10, so there, we have notaries here.
You have
and that's-
notaries here and at the police department. I
Yep.
don't think we need $10 charges for the notary services at those places.
You don't think we should charge for notary?
No.
Did we, pay for them to be notarized?
But we
I
also
think-
are charging a special assessment for police and fire, and that's part
Right.
of the fee service. So I do believe that should be a,
But the $10 notary fee in the regular general is not police and it's not for the police and fire. The $10 is for the upfront when people just come in and want things notarized.
it's free at the library, it's free at the banks around town. I just don't see why we haven't caught up with that personally.
Do we think, anything to be, do you notarize a lot of documents? Does staff do that?
We do, yeah.
I
Could it be
just,
something? to
I
send
see
to the
that as
police-
part of the job.
Okay, could we send them to the police department?
Sure. Or you can
So
send
if
them
somebody
to the
wants a
library.
free
or-
notarization, they go to the police department, or they pay here?
You mean the library or?
No, the police department.
Just a side note, the library's not doing it anymore because he wasn't comfortable with it.
With being a notary,
Correct.
so we've lost that service. I think our taxes cover notary fees. That's,
I believe you can also get notarized at the township for free as well.
I don't think we should be charging residents $10 for notary fees.
What does the township charge for?
Nothing.
notary?
It's free.
I just think it's a fee that we need to update.
What are people coming in to get notarized? Is it stuff for the village, or is it stuff?
It's personal things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
So maybe we remove the notary fee from the police department, but then keep it just for the office.
Or maybe we just have, let them know that they can get it notarized for
Do you
free at
wanna
other
speak as
locations
to
if they
why you
want to.
wanted your girls notaries?
Give them the mic.
A quick synopsis.
I'll make it quick. Actually, it was a great idea from council to have notaries at the police department because the number one thing we do is pistol purchase permits. And there's no fee for the permit. It's just the notary fee that's what the village charged was $10. So that was the notary fee. So that's why we attached it there. The fee is irrelevant to us. And by the way, our first public service agent / clerk is now a notary. So we have another one going to the school. And to the question is, what did it cost? It's about $300 per notary.
But under
Yes.
the police department fees, we have a notary fee for $10 and we have notarized gun purchase permits for $10. If the permit is $10, that's great. I don't think we need to charge an additional notary fee in those.
I think that might have been an error. There is no fee for the permit. Those are free to village
Then both of
residents.
those could
Yeah.
be addressed from this.
Yep.
No, it says notarized gun purchase permit. So the
Yes.
notarized part is what they're charging, and then a notary fee by itself for other
Other
things is also $10.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a typo.
Oh, okay.
Do you choose, a notarized gun purchase permit is $10 on this fee schedule, but we don't charge that.
We don't charge, we were never doing notary. So, and when you get the permit, then they have to go get it notarized and then bring it back. So, we were never charging that because we didn't have the notary. So I think that was the intent, was to notarize a gun purchase permit because that's what, it has to be notarized.
Right.
And we get a lot of those, so sometimes we might get 2 or 3 a day.
Yes, I think that's a service our police department.
And it is
does.
just a village resident, so it is just our community that's being serviced by that, so.
So
What about-
I don't think we should have that fee for our village
What about the cost of paperwork and everything that goes along with this?
Well, the legislature has pretty much capped. In other words, if you come in, you want a name change and you gotta get fingerprinted, it's $100. If you're getting fingerprinted for a concealed weapons permit, the legislature has capped it to $15 because that is a constitutional right to be able to have access to that. So traditionally, the federal courts and even state government has looked at anything constitutional as being something that we're going to cap the cost. Otherwise, then people could say that I'm being denied that because of the cost. So anything like that, I'm in favor. So cutting that cost. So we only provide that service to our residents, and that's a requirement of state law. So I cannot, technically, they have to go to the community of the police department that services them to get that. So
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that having notaries at the police station to handle these gun purchase permits are a wonderful service for our community who pays for this, and I don't see charging additional money.
I think we've got enough to vote on. Thank you.
thank you.
They already asked for public comment.
Not on this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not there yet.
I mean, it's something too.
I mean, I did it a little backwards. I did discussion first.
No, yeah, because Mr. Manson spoke about the fee schedule and public.
What?
comment. Mr. Manson spoke about the fee schedule and public comment.
You're right.
Oh yeah, Mr. Mattson
It's been a
did
long meeting.
speak. It has been a long meeting. Yeah.
My concern is, are we gonna have, we don't wanna burden our staff with tons of FOIA, not FOIA, tons of, notarization. Thank you. If we do it for free, I think we should. Let's get feedback from our staff if it becomes, that's all they're doing is notarizing every day. and they
We can
can't do
always
anything.
revisit it.
How much are they notarizing right now?
I don't, honestly, if this is what council wants, obviously your fee schedule, I don't think that's we're gonna get overwhelmed for notary. I think this is a new thing that the police department wanted to do. When we originally talked, he said, I would like to get my staff to be notaries to do this. And I said, well, any new expenses, we need to see how we can offset those costs. And so, since we charge for notary here, we said, all right, well, you should also charge for the notary there in order to offset the expenses of the training of the personnel.
Is everyone that comes there from Holly?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, offset costs, and now we don't want to charge people. I don't know. All right, so where are we
So
at?
was Shannon like to amend it? Did you make a
So
motion
this
to
was
amend
the
yet?
motion by Ryan, second by Cole. Would you like to request, Ryan to make an amendment?
Or would you like to make the amendment and then we do ours?
Are there any other fees that anybody else has an issue with? Okay, then I would like to amend the fee schedule to not charge for notary fees.
And that
All,
legacy.
all notary fees.
Oh, and to,
Remove home
remove,
occupation.
what is it, the home?
The home occupation. And so the reason that was on there, and I believe, is because, according to chapter 110 of, which is business registration, there's supposed to be an initial fee for registering your business, but your annual requirement isn't to have any more fees on it. It should be that you register your business and then you have to renew your business every year, but there's no fee for the renewal. And so we were trying to make the fees, in harmony with our actual ordinance. And so I believe just the home occupation, $20 should be removed.
So I would like to see an amendment to remove the home occupation $20 annual fee, notary fees as well. Are those the only fees that?
All the notary fees?
Yes.
Okay. Ryan, do you?
I would like to amend my motion to include the amendment made.
I will support that.
Okay. And we did do public comment already, you guys are telling me. So then,
Yes.
clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Haskella,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. And now we have to go back to part B.
So it should be the consideration of this as amended.
Okay. Do I have first consider
Well, it'd be back to the original.
back to the original?
So I believe Jim made a motion, I seconded it.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was already included in it. Can you read back that motion, Lisa?
So first one was B and it's Amendment A, and it says, that was to, for the DDA budget contingent upon approval by DDA and a contract agreement for the shared services by the DDA.
Okay, so we just need someone to move to approve item B.
No, those two, the two amendments
Were
have been
approved
added on
to the original
the
one.
main motion, so now you're just making a motion on the main motion. So it would be a motion to approve,
This as amended.
as amended, exactly.
That's all I
Okay,
have to say.
can I get a motion to approve this as amended?
I'll make a motion to approve as amended.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Weinbrenner. We have a second by Kyer. Any further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Ryan,
No.
Cole,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried.
Item D.
Lisa, will you please read item D?
Consideration of the approval of resolution 2026-029, amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget.
Do I have a first to consider item D of new business?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Cascola.
I'll second the motion.
We have a second by Weinbrenner. Tim, can you please introduce this item?
Absolutely. This is simply, we already talked about it a little bit before, that we do some budget reconciliation at the end. This is just the amendments that we're doing at the end of the year. We're gonna have to do one more of these when we get past our fiscal year that says, hey, these are the final amendments, and any changes that we had to make to the budget.
Any public comment on this item? Hearing none, seeing none. Any discussion, council?
I've got one.
What do you got?
So, once again, DDA, they put in for $15,500 budget amendment. And I think, for these budget amendments, Mr. Steffenson has indicated he would be here and talk about them. Is that correct? He has said previously that if there's an item in front of him for, council.
Yeah, I think the idea was that if it was a specific, because this is a budget amendment for all of it. I did not express to him beforehand, hey, you need to come to represent us, because it was just a budget amendment for the entire thing.
This
So,
is another one I looked through, and I couldn't find any discussion on the legal fee discussions for the DDA. So, how they're coming up and spending money, I'm not sure. So I'm not sure why they're, like, everything officially had been, in meetings at least, had been, spending it with tech funds. So I'm not sure why, I know Mr. Steffens had said something differently. Is that correct, that it was no longer with tech funds?
I believe that the ideal situation that they expressed was that they would not have to utilize tech funds for that. That they instead would be able to do a budget amendment in order to be able to pay these expenses. That was their ideal situation.
If I remember the timeline correctly, DDA put in for a budget amendment, we said no. Then they said, that doesn't matter, we're just gonna spend money with tech funds. And then when I asked them how they're using tech funds, then they said, no, we're not using tech funds, we want a budget amendment. Because they can't use tech funds without our permission, essentially. So I would like to have some clarification on that to see how that's, what's happening.
I think the tech funds and.
Because I remember I asked at the budget study session, I said, how are you paying for legal fees? And they said, tech funds, that's what he said. Mr. Steffenson said that.
I still believe any, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, I still believe any expenditures that they do still have to be following the budgetary process. They still have to be approved expenditures by the board and by, through council, regardless of if they catch a grant or tech funds and all of that.
So if that's the case, we said no to spending money and they said, we're going to spend money anyway. That we voted to not approve their amendment and then said, we're gonna spend it anyway. So, I mean, if council has to approve it and we didn't approve it, how is that legal?
It wouldn't be. If you didn't approve it, then, that particular item is not approved.
Yeah, cause I was looking it up and I was like, well, it seems like if, like our attorney's over budget, for instance, but we have never explicitly said, do not spend money on the attorney, whereas that's what we said previously. So I was trying to get some clarification from the DDA how that can be reconciled.
Well, us as a body never voted to tell them not to spend it.
Yes, we did. So they put in for a budget amendment for, legal fees and, what's the other one? The Dickens Festival. Both of them were packaged together. They were told ahead of time they probably would not be passed. Mr. Price said that at the meeting. And then they said, it doesn't matter, we're gonna pass it anyway. Then they sent it to us bundled and we said no. And then the next meeting, they said, we're gonna spend money on tech funds with the attorney, which,
Didn't pan out.
well, I don't know.
I think that it didn't pan out. I think that it turned out they weren't allowed to use the tech funds for
I
that.
think it was at our budget study session, that's what they said. It was in April, whatever it was. They said we were going to use tech funds, and I questioned how they're using tech funds legally, and then it changed.
Well, because originally they wanted to pull the health insurance for the director to pay for.
Shannon, can you speak into your microphone?
Sorry. Originally, they had asked to pull the health insurance money from not having a director, but they have since hired a director. The question I had always wanted clarification on was then, are they still pulling the fees from the health insurance line item of a director? That was the hang up in the beginning. I don't know where we're at with it now.
Is that related to the legal fees?
That was what they were pulling the line item from to pay for legal fees. They wanted to move the entirety of that line to legal fees.
I got this at the budget study. Wow, at the budget study session, he indicated, Mr. Steffes, the DDA director, indicated that it was being tech funds, and it was because we didn't approve their budget.
Right.
So, and my understanding too is, if we decide not to approve this, their attorney just doesn't get paid. So I think when you contract with a municipal, let's say I'm an attorney. I'm a municipal attorney. I contract with municipal government. I'm supposed to know and I'm expected to know how budgeting works. They can't just say, hey, I didn't know how budgeting works. I didn't realize they didn't have any money. The lawyer that they hired should have realized they didn't have any money and said, why am I not getting paid? Is that correct?
I would expect that they would know, whether it's in the budget or not.
So it's just weird. Like, they haven't discussed it publicly, so there's someone making a decision somewhere about this to not use tech funds, to use tech funds, but I haven't seen that in any meetings.
What's your recommendation, Castillo?
I'd like to see some type of justification. I'd like to remove the attorney fees altogether. That's something we definitely didn't authorize. They've never communicated with us about it. And I don't think we have to do it because they didn't have permission to actually even spend the money. If they don't have permission to spend the money,
Who did the motion?
Haskell and Weinbrenner.
And,
yes, I would amend that motion if you would, someone would second it.
did you second it or
No,
did you?
I started it.
You made the motion. Do you want to amend it
I would amend that motion
to?
to not pay for legal fees.
Buster, do you amend your support?
I'll amend my support.
I'm sorry, that was affirmative?
Yes.
Thank you. You can Speak
And
into your
so-
microphone.
And so to be
I'm sorry.
clear, excuse me, to be clear, it would be resolution amending the 2025-26 budget with the exception of you are removing the DDA attorney fee line item.
Correct. Legal fees.
Okay. Council, any further discussion?
Yeah, so a couple things that stood out to me just for clarification, the professional services budget amendment, where was the other one? I wanna say one of them was like,
$46,500?
yes, and then the interest expense on the fire truck, did we not have that budgeted originally, the interest for it? Or is that just being moved from another spot to its own line item?
We did not have that budgeted last year.
Last year's the first time we actually made the payments on it, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So it was, obviously, it was something we had not projected or seen from previous expenses.
Okay, so that part's answered. What about the, what's your question about the professional services?
What
is it?
professional services was that? Because that's a pretty significant amount when we're talking about trying to save money.
Yeah.
Attorney. It was attorney fees.
Was that attorney or was that the?
Professional
I
services?
thought that was that municipal analytics as well, that one?
No, we already did a budget amendment for municipal
Okay.
analytics.
I can look specifically what it is.
Okay.
Well, he's looking that up. Anything else for
Just questioning that if we were getting that close to our attorney fee limit, maybe we should be notified.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I mean, that's what, almost double, if not more than double what we originally budgeted for, and that's the amended part.
Council, while he's looking that up, anyone else?
Especially if we're questioning DDA attorneys, we should be
Okay.
questioning our own
Okay.
legal fees.
Oh, okay.
So,
Did you say you had something? No? Okay.
What happens if we don't approve like these legal funds for the DDA and they can't pay the lawyer?
They can remedy it, they can try to.
Yeah, I would expect that they may sue on the basis that, they cannot function without, an attorney to be paid. I don't know how else you,
The attorney can
fix it.
sue as well, because I believe they're in a contract agreement with them.
I don't think that's accurate because they had no right to enter into the contract over the $500.
Either way, it would be litigation.
I think we need to pay for services rendered at this point.
When we originally talked about that, that's kind of what we basically said, that this money was going to be to pay off and that we weren't, they weren't to continue accruing any kind of, I believe that was what was discussed previously, that they weren't supposed to continue to use it, but we're trying to set it up, set everything right now and then, worry about.
Do you think since that we last discussed, they haven't incurred any more expenses?
I know that amount has not changed that they're requesting. I don't know if they've incurred more expenses, but.
We know they've talked to Mr. Gildner, so that would be incurring expenses. I think ultimately, we have ultimate authority over the budget. And to my knowledge, legal fees are not a necessity to provide essential services to the DDA. So to say that somehow it's going to be, we're going to be litigated because we have to approve their budget, I think could be disingenuous, because otherwise that's saying they dictate the budget to us. And to say, we're DDA, hey, we can spend whatever we want, and you guys have to approve it. That's not how the legislator established the DDA. We have the ultimate authority over approving a budget.
right, and with our budget, with our attorney as well, we have the ultimate authority over that, and we have staff that paid more for attorney fees.
So the difference.
That we also didn't budget.
The difference is we never said, do not spend money on your attorney.
We did with the budget. We said, this is our limit for it, and then we went over that limit.
The difference is they put in a request for multiple thousands of dollars to spend more, and we said no, and they did it anyway.
Yep, and we never got the request on our side, and they did it anyway.
I know it is.
Tim, did you get the answer to?
BSA was down on the computer, so I was gonna either go in my office, but Lisa's confident that it's the attorney fees. So.
Yes, and the attorney fees have increased for several reasons. Number one is, again, all FOIAs.
Can you speak into the microphone,
I'm
please?
sorry. Because of the FOIAs, and also because we've been doing a lot of code enforcement. And again, I can't recoup that code enforcement because it's not in the a lot of it's not in the CDBG district. And additionally, there was I'm trying to think, I just hit something else, I'm sorry. What'd I say, code enforcement, I said,
For our attorney?
yes, for our attorney. Code enforcement, the FOIAs, and,
I'm confident we directed Mr. Gilder to do something on our behalf too, based off of closed session,
Based off of what?
a closed session we had.
Mhm.
I mean, it probably incurred expenses at that.
mhm. Yeah, anytime, again, that you're asking for attorney opinions or anything like that, that's charged.
Mhm. Okay.
Can we get a, almost like a sheet in the future of like, for this past budget of our attorney fee breakdown for like what we spent it on? Like based on what council requests, FOIAs.
Just an
code
itemized receipt,
enforcement.
kind of?
Yeah, just so we know in the future where we're spending our legal fees at,
I think that's a great idea.
especially because it's way over budget this time.
Is that something if, as we incur them, as we go forward, it'd be easy to keep track of? We're not
Yes, I
talking
mean-
about going back to do this, but going
Yes,
forward?
His firm gives us itemized bills.
Oh, they do already? Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. Yeah.
We break them down as much as possible. If the question is cityhood, it'll say cityhood. If it's FOIA, it says FOIA. So it may take a little bit of work to break those things out and organize them, you know,
Mhm.
so that they're under a heading, but, you know, we do that already. And I presume everybody knows this. I don't call here looking for work. So I respond to requests.
Yeah, if we could get I think it's consensus of council, probably to see a breakdown of what our incurred costs were over the last fiscal year, please. Thank you. All right, council, anything else on 25-26 amendments? All right. Clerk, please call the roll. Hold on. Let's remind everyone what the motion currently is.
So this is the consideration of the approval of the resolution 2026-029, amending the fiscal year 2025-2026 budget with the exception of the DDA budget amendment, the legal fees for the DDA to be removed.
Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
No.
Wendell, I'm sorry, Ryan,
No.
Cole,
No.
Weinbrenner,
No.
Brandon.
No, motion denied. I will entertain a different motion for the same item.
I would like to make a motion for the consideration of the approval of resolution 2026-029 amended for the year 25-26 as is.
We have a motion by Cole.
I'll second.
We have support by Ryan. Clerk, please call the roll.
Cascola,
There was no public comment.
We already had public comment on this item.
Not
Only
on-
one?
Not as
Okay.
amended. Not
Yes.
as this.
We already had public comment on this item, and I believe that satisfies.
You know, you have, this is your own rule, to open it back up. You are compliant with the Open Meetings Act.
Open Meetings Act says we have to have one public comment.
One
Yeah.
public comment during the
At
meeting.
one meeting?
Yep.
That's it.
All right. Yes.
I'm sorry, I forgot what the motion was. Oh, we're approving, okay. And, Coskela says yes, okay.
We haven't, Lisa hasn't read our names, did she?
No.
Oh my God.
He just asked
It's been a
for
long
a
night.
public comment.
It's been a long night, I'm sorry.
Did I not say clerk call the roll? Jim, why did you say yes?
I don't know. I'm gonna change it to no now, watch.
so you're saying yes?
Did you call my name?
I did.
Yeah, I thought you did.
See, what are you
I
guys
didn't
yelling at me
I was like, I
for?
heard my name, I said yes.
All right, Cascola,
Yes.
Okay,
Kyer,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Brandon.
I don't know. Yes, motion carried.
That was like the best gaslighting I've seen.
You guys are the worst.
She didn't call your name, I'm like, okay, all right.
Wendell, I hope you're watching this. I quit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Let's take a 5-minute break. You guys go smoke a cigarette or something. Somebody smoke one for me.
We do not endorse the use of tobacco.
Just like know my survey. Why? Because the defined benefit actually does change. You say what that,
Yes, sir.
My contribution is not. So if I did 10 years
Did we lose somebody?
Yeah, they're smoking. You told them to go smoke. They're smoking. Supposed to go smoke.
What are they smoking? Oh, no.
So to me, it's incentive.
Just as a reminder, at 10, we will have to take a vote whether or not to continue.
Okay. No, we'll be out of here before then. Do I have a first to consider item E of new business? Oh, sorry. Lisa, will you please read item E?
Sure. Consideration of resolution 2026-030 confirming the village president's appointment of Buster Weinbrenner to the village council committee for building and grounds for a term ending November 2028.
Do I have a first to consider item E of new business?
I will make that motion.
I will support it.
We have a motion by Kyer and we have support by Cole. Any public comment on this item? This is for Buster Weinbrenner. Any public comment? Hearing none, seeing none. Any discussion, council?
Do you want to be on this?
Yes.
Cool. Anyone else?
Do you promise to fix the gutters?
Anyone else? Clerk, please call the roll.
Kyer,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Lisa, will you please read item F?
Consideration of resolution 2026-031 establishing the Village of Holly Cityhood Action Committee and directing implementation of the city incorporation process.
Do I have a first to consider item F of new business?
I'll make consideration of resolution 2026-031 establishing the Village of Holly Cityhood Action Committee and directing information of cityhood incorporation process.
Do I have support?
I will support that.
I have motion by Weinbrenner. I have support by Cole. Tim, will you please,
Public comment, right?
yep. No,
Or do I-
no. Tim,
Oh,
will you please
Andrew.
introduce this
Oh,
item?
I'm sorry. I'm lost too. No. So, as was mentioned earlier in several comments, I know Ms. Beauchamp had mentioned, looking at how we looked at reducing the government. I know that George had mentioned as well. And what we're talking about here is like removing one form of that government, having a single form of government, which we believe the best option is cityhood for that, because it's the option that maintains the services that we're talking about. There's 150 smaller cities within Michigan than us. We are the third largest village, and the two bigger are Milford and Beverly Hills. And the reason that they are like that is because they share their police and Milford shares its police and fire services with their township, and the Beverly Hills just literally their millage and how much they take in is so great that they literally can't spend it enough. That they have a different set of problems. When I've sat down with the Beverly Hills manager, he has definitely a different set of problems than we do in Holly. So going over that, I'm going to read over my council action report. So the purpose of this attached resolution is to establish the Village of Holly Cityhood Action Committee and authorize it to advance the process of transitioning the Village of Holly from a home rule village to a home rule city. This is not an exploratory committee, which we've done several times in the past. The Village Council has previously discussed the potential benefits and implications of cityhood and is now prepared, based on the discussions, to move on to the next phase of the process. The proposed committee will serve as the council's working body for coordinating the legal, administrative, financial, and public engagement activities necessary to pursue city incorporation. Under Michigan law, the incorporation of a home rule city requires formal process that may include determining the proposed city boundaries, preparing and filing petitions, coordinating with state county officials, developing a proposed city charter. There will be a charter change commission, and all those things have to happen. Conducting elections, providing residents with clear and accurate information regarding the transition. The cityhood process will require sustained attention and coordination beyond what can reasonably be accomplished during regular village council meetings. As I've mentioned several times, once this goes, in many ways, I am not telling people how to vote. I'm providing factual information, and that's it. And so my hands are a lot of off of this too. It has to be a community initiative led by council at this point. Establish an action-oriented committee will allow the village to organize the work, identify required professional assistance, develop a realistic timeline, and provide regular recommendations and progress reports to council. The village administration recommends that the village council adopt the attached resolution establishing the Village of Holly Cityhood Action Committee. Adoption will provide the organizational structure and clear direction necessary to begin advancing the cityhood process in a deliberate, transparent, and legally compliant manner. And if you notice when you're reading through this resolution, it's not a quick, it has within the first 45 days this meeting, this is what the committee is responsible for. This is their restrictions on who they can work with. So it's a pretty robust resolution as they go as far as the direction for this committee. And this has been obviously, I think most council members have pushed this as an objective for them harder than probably anything else. So the follow-on actions of this would be obviously to identify the personnel that would be on it and appoint them after it's created.
Thank you, Tim. Now, any public comment? Mrs. Mattson.
Anna Mattson, 15091 Western Valley. I oppose the formation of the proposed cityhood committee on two grounds. First, it's not legal under our charter. Section 613 is clear. Quote, the village council by resolution shall have the power to create committees comprised of 3 council members for the purpose of serving as a recommending and advisory body to the council. Creating this committee would break the charter since you want to comprise it of 7 to 11 members of the public. Second, you have no proven community support for this goose hunt. Before spending time or resources, a proper, unbiased survey should have been done. Yet staff has already spent countless hours on this without public backing, wasting taxpayer resources. You work for the people, and if residents aren't asking for cityhood, stop wasting money while claiming a financial crisis. Finally, what many of you may not know is that I actually talked to the city manager of Manchester. From my understanding, they're the most recent village to become a city. When the manager called me, he let me know he reached out to Mr. Price without a response back. He said he received an influx of requests from Holly residents on information and offered to take the time with his staff to come here and do a presentation. I'm not shocked that the village never took him up on this because you would likely hear things you didn't want to hear. He told me that he would not recommend becoming a city if you have to change your borders, which the village is relying on for additional revenue. He also said their effort was completely run by citizens. He said the effort would likely have failed if it wasn't citizen-led. So since this is an illegal committee and you have no proven community support, I strongly oppose this reckless waste of resources.
Thank you, Mrs. Mattson. Any further comments? Reagan.
Reagan Rockwell, 836 Holly Bush Drive. In most cases, it's not a smart idea for a village to pursue city incorporation while running a structural deficit. The process itself is expensive and highly complex, often exacerbated existing financial pressures rather than solving them. Transitioning from a village to a city shifts the municipal responsibilities and comes with district financial realities. The financial risks and disadvantages: higher service expectations. Cities are typically expected to provide a wider array of services or handle them independently, whereas villages frequently share services or costs with their surrounding township. Expensive transition costs. Commissioning the required feasibility studies, drafting a city charter, and restructuring local government departments can cost tens of thousands of dollars. No automatic bailout. Becoming a city does not magically generate new revenue. In fact, a deficit often requires a new city to immediately increase property or sales taxes to bridge the gap, placing an extra burden on residents. The potential benefits: tax restructuring, local control, state and federal funding. It's a mess, and you guys don't have the support. Again, something like this should be on a ballot. And I support what Mrs. Mattson has brought to your attention as well. It doesn't sound like it's in the charter, and it sounds like we need somebody to look at this. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Yes.
Daniel Heffelbauer, 2151 Hidden Ridge Drive. I actually don't live in the village. I live in the township.
And I moved out of the village to live in the township to avoid the taxes. And I know there's a lot of people out there too that would not want to be part of cityhood. And the people outside have mobility to leave, to put it frankly. So you might grab the space, but you may not get the people. So it's something else to consider.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, go ahead.
Hey, Blake Hero, 301 East Sherman Street. I guess I'm standing up to support this motion to explore cityhood. I have no doubt you guys have spent a lot of time going over the benefits. I know in some coffee chats and more informal settings, Tim's has expressed that he thinks this is a good path for us. Yeah, I trust you guys to make that decision. I think the most concerning thing I hear is when people say we should dissolve our local control. As someone who's also charting out their life, I like to think of a village or a city, whatever it may be, as somewhere where I can walk to the council meetings and I know the people who are there. I don't have to get my car to go to a meeting, so I'm speaking up in support of this.
Thank you. You're done, Blake. Anyone else? Public comment? Andy?
Andy Keiko, 711 South Broad Street. I support this too. I'm with you here. I go 2 seconds up the road because I'm right on the boundary there. Anything happens to me, I'm waiting 20 minutes for a cop, fire, anything like that. As soon as I get outside of Holly, the actual village of it. Everybody here says we support our police, we support our fire, we want them, we want them, we want them. We've seen them in use. And all of a sudden, no, let's get rid of it. Let's toss that away. How expensive is everything? We've had so many times where we've heard costs of all of those just essential needs. And it's just frustrating hearing so much against it when they are all claiming that that's what they really want, but they're trying to throw it away. So let's go for it. We're creating this in order to see what happens. It's going to ultimately come down to a vote anyway at the end of the day. So start the process. Let it get to that point. The people will speak. You have to give them the chance to speak. If it was really that big of a deal, there'd be more than 3 people here against it. That's it.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone else? James? No? Just kidding. Did I see a hand? Mr. Mattson?
Brian Mattson, 15091 Western Valley Drive. As a township trustee, I can tell you after meetings, I've had numerous residents come up to me in fear and opposition to this. They're very happy with the services of the police of NACFA. They're happy to get their own waste removals, trash removal services. Those that are within that boundary they do not want this. I just flat out going to tell you, they do not want this. They do not want to be a part of the village, to be city. They do not want to be a part of this administration and all the mess that comes with it. If this were to go through, I hope it's also in the language to have discussion about dissolution of the village. I want to commend Thomas Ryan for his showing tonight. I think he's had a really great meeting with his questions. But I was, for the first time, encouraged to hear that brought up and to not have it just shot down. I will say, many of you listened to that, said it should be discussed, and I agree, because it's part of all of the options. It's not the only option. Cityhood is not the only option. Everything needs to be looked at with integrity and respect in this, because we're dealing with people's livelihood. The people within the projected border that don't want this deserve the same respect that you're trying to give the villagers in the village to help support them, because it will affect them. We just had a gentleman speak to it. So it really needs to be given thought. And if this committee, albeit I agree with my wife that it's not legal, is to go through, it needs to have members that are going to be within that boundary that are affected. That essentially, they don't have jurisdiction right now, per se, other than coming here. So I think and if those meetings are to happen, they need to be posted and open to the public. I think anyone that wants to come hear what is discussed in the process, what's the cost, should all have that option, live streamed or to come in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
Do I have to redo my?
yes, please.
Hi, I'm James. I live at 401 Oakland Street. I'm not going to say anything for or against this, but I would like to point out that the dissolution of the village has also been kicked down the road as long, from what I understand, is about as long as cityhood. I will say that, sorry.
Take your time.
Yeah, sorry, it's been a long day. I will say that earlier it was mentioned that people have come to the township not wanting this, but I haven't listened to much of the township, but from what I've heard of them and what I've seen of ones who have shown up today, their rhetoric has been fairly partisan, and I personally don't feel very representative by them as a township resident. In fact, I almost did not come today because of that. My grandparents were part of Rose Township, which has the same setup as Oakland. And I worry that dissolution, if we just join, I would be completely opposed to dissolution and joining the current township as it stands. As I said, my grandparents were part of that, and this is very hard. We once had to do a wellness checkup on my grandfather. It took the state police 30 minutes to show up, and we were worried that something was going to happen to him. Yeah, there's probably more I should say, but I think I'll leave that.
Thank
There's
you.
more I should say, but I can't think of it at the moment. I would not be opposed to becoming a charter township. But I think there's been a lot of discussion here tonight on a lot of things that only have factored in the financial cost and have not considered any other costs at all. I don't think they've considered that contracting things out loses local control. For example, Oakland has been recommended here several times, and I think we all have watched or not have watched, but all know how the flock camera meeting went down. I haven't watched it, but it sounds like it went into like flames.
Our timer was having issues, but your time's up. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Regina?
Regina Keiko, 711 South Broad Street. I just wanted to say that, I think it is important to explore all the options. I think a lot of people have mentioned that tonight, and I think it is important. I think it's important to bring all the options to the table. I think it's important to be transparent with all the options and not just with the cost. I think, again, with what Orion has been going through is extremely important to be looking at. It is a nightmare. It is expensive, and it is going to be costly for them, probably in lives, not just money. Yet again, last year we had a teenager stuck in the muck in the mill pond, and our fire department was there in not even 2 minutes. But my son, not even a mile from my house, was stuck at 2 a.m, and I had to wait 45 minutes for the police to come. That's NACFA. So I would prefer to have my police be right here, local, and I would prefer to start having conversations with Rose and with Holly Township about how we can share our responsibilities. Like, I don't know why these conversations aren't happening. That's crazy to me. Like, we have conversations about how we can work together on so many things. Why are we not sharing our responsibilities with our fire services and our police? Why is it all about Holly Township only, village only? Like, why aren't we all together? Why aren't we sharing the cost? Why aren't we working together to solve this problem? I just think that there's a better path.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? I think there's only 2 or 3 of you left. Okay. Okay, sorry, I thought she was teasing me with her hand. All right, council, any discussion?
I guess I'll start because I'm probably in the minority.
Mhm.
So I would like to say that along with the dissolution comment I had earlier, that includes within like services. So like saying, making sure that we have a special assessment district for police and making sure that obviously the fire department would become part of NACFA at that point because it'd be the township that the fire station's still here in the village. What would be the current village. So that's where I would want to have that considered too with the dissolution. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in support of that because I would like to have local police and local fire closer. I was also under the impression of the past several months that this has come up that we were going to have comparisons between the different options of like being a township or just being a city or maintaining the status quo as a village. And we haven't seen those comparisons, and now we're having a cityhood initiative thrown at us. We also paid money to find out how much it would cost us to become a city. That hasn't been presented to the whole board yet, but yet we're talking about starting the committee before we even see that. So for me, having this on the agenda should never have happened yet. This should have been an item for like July or August when we had more information to go off of. This shouldn't be a priority right now. And to push our problems onto the outer part of the township, to need to incorporate them just to pay for our services, we need to reach out to the township to see if that's something they want to do first. Because if we don't have support from them, we're never going to get this passed.
Council?
Oh, one last thing. It should be citizen-led. We shouldn't be doing this. It should be a petition by the citizens. And if they get that initiative on the ballot, then we should take it and invest our money into it and helping them out. We shouldn't just be jumping the gun on it because we can spend all this money and then it goes to vote, it fails, now we're out all that money. Or if the citizens got it on the ballot, it shows that they are in strong support of it, and then we should support them by getting all that information.
Isn't there certain steps that you have to follow, reference to even to get it on the ballot? Tim?
Yeah, and that's part of the process with it. I mean, it would go, the first election would be, first it goes to State Boundary Commission. After a lot of things happen, it goes to State Boundary Commission, the maps, all of that. After a petition process is done, that's a petition including certain areas that would be within that petition. Goes to State Boundary Commission, the State Boundary Commission determines if there's sufficiency on the petition and also if they agree with it. Then the representatives from the village, the township that would be represented would represent at the State Boundary Commission, and they would make a decision like, yes, you can proceed to the next step. The next step would be that there would be an election, and the election would be to appoint a charter change commission. The charter change commission would then draft up a charter that says this is how we are going to incorporate. This is what it would look like if we were to do it. That they would have 2 years to do it, and it can be or there's a certain timeline in which they can do it, and they would have 2 attempts to put it on a ballot and to get it approved. I believe this is just from memory. if it gets approved, I'm sorry, so the charter, and then they have, the second election is for the actual charter. They put the charter up for a ballot item. If that ballot item gets approved, with whatever date is in that charter that establishes us as a city would be the date that it would include. And those elections would include any affected areas for both the petition as well as the charter itself would be any of the areas that would be annexed within that. But this is a lot of the sausage that would need to be made by a committee that would do it.
Right. So the committee we just formed in reference to get it forward and that to find out exactly what.
To provide a lot of these
steps.
answers, yep. There is no budgetary authorization, I believe, in this. There's nothing. It's just really to provide guidance, further guidance, and furthering this along because it's at a point right now where staff can't do it. So it would be inappropriate for us to just continue. We provided factual information. It can be. There's times that it can be community led, but there's also it's clearly stated that it can be a council directed initiative as well.
Now, would there be somebody that would come in to speak and that they're reference to?
Like any other committee, it would be, they would be answering questions for council on it. Now, again, it's something that they're gonna run with, you know, it's really, they're answering questions council with it, but it should be something that it develops into a community-led initiative, and then they take it from there. Council won't be, you know, really, we're just providing factual information throughout the process.
Now,
Did that make
you
sense?
said there was no budget item for it. Does that mean there's gonna be no money spent on it? Because in the proposal,
Let me see what the.
it says designate village employees to assist committee, so that's gonna be costs incurred from payroll. Obtain preliminary proposals and cost estimates for legal, financial, surveying, planning, communications, and other professional services. All that's gonna take time to get all that information,
And
and
have to
it's
be
gonna be
approved by council.
costs. It says the village manager is directed to coordinate, so we would not have to approve it. That would just be you approving it.
Any budgetary.
It's on section
I mean,
11,
we can
village
change-
staff and
this is,
professional
again,
support.
This is a resolution that can be changed and can be, or not used at all if council doesn't want to.
What ended up happening, what did municipal analytics come back with? I know they did a presentation. Was it detailed at all about the?
We did not get a presentation on the cityhood cost at all.
He touched on it briefly, but not to the extent.
Was that part of his scope was to provide
Yes, that
costs?
was a whole section
To
of
provide
why
cost
it cost
of
that much.
cityhood?
Because we approved 3 sections for that cost, and in order to get the discounted price, we had to use all 3 sections, otherwise we were paying more for just 2 of them.
Because that would be something that would be, if we've already paid for it, it would be interesting to know the answer before we proceed any further. Unless we've already paid for something. Let's get a deliverable first and then decide if it's. If he comes back and he says 300 for 1,000, okay, maybe not. If it's $5,000.
Well, we would have to see the
Like, what
cost
are
to
you talking about,
initiate.
like $5,000?
So my understanding is, if I'm understanding correctly, the original scope was to compare or to tell us how much it would cost to go through the cityhood process.
Mhm. And I believe also to find out like pretty much a rough estimate of what our revenues and stuff be coming in if we became a city
And
with the proposed boundaries that
And these are
management
the
gave.
expenditures. He's actually met with every department head to go over, like, for example, if we were to take on any additional roads, if we take on dirt roads, for example, what additional equipment would Danny need and the utilities department need in order to further that service? What additional police or fire coverage would we need? What a new equipment? All of those things. And so he's worked with it and he has that and it's all within the model. It just, I guess, hasn't been presented yet. So we just need to.
When is our next presentation from him?
We just need to schedule it with him so I can see if he's available in July or August
Okay.
for it.
It's not gonna hurt to have more information.
It would be beneficial of the,
Yeah.
it'd be beneficial of the information that we asked for before we got to this point, which is included with that.
You said having an
Well, I don't-
employee was one of the things, an employee that helps the committee out. was one of the things that was-
Section
what was-
11,
what was
village
the other
staff and
thing?
professional support,
Mhm.
states the village manager is directed to coordinate staff support for the committee and cityhood initiative. The village manager is further authorized to designate village employees to assist the committee, obtain preliminary proposals and cost estimates for legal, financial, surveying, planning, communications, and other professional services, communicate with state, county, local officials concerning procedural requirements, compile relevant village records and financial information, prepare proposed budgets and contracts for council consideration, and take routine administrative actions necessary to implement this resolution, provided no unappropriated expenditure or contract is authorized without council approval.
And besides the professional support, I thought you said there was one other line that would incur expenses.
There's a lot. He can designate any staff to help with the initiative. And we're giving him blanket approval according to this to designate staff to work on this initiative over other items they could be working on. And as we all know, staff is the biggest expense in a municipality.
Okay. Council?
So is this something we can table until municipal analytics presents?
You would postpone, table would be at the end of the meeting, but you could postpone it for further future meeting if you would like.
I honestly think we need to have more than just that. I think we need to have costs on what it would be to maintain, well, we know what it would cost to maintain a village based off our budget. But we would also have other services we need to do, like roads and things of that nature that we're proposing even tonight. So how do we get up to that level of service? How much would it be cost to stay a village? And then we also need to know how much it would cost us to be just a township. So that way we can pursue and spend our resources on whatever path is best for its citizens.
But I thought that's what municipal analytics
was
has,
doing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the point of this committee too, is to explore this, to expound on this, and figure out some of these.
That's not what I got from this. I got from this that it's to start the initiative of cityhood, to go that direction.
It talks about, okay.
So I don't, the blanket approval, I don't feel like Tim is irresponsible with employee hours. I'm not worried about that. Why don't we go ahead and vote, and if it doesn't pass, then someone else can make a motion to postpone or whatever. Council, any other comments first?
I would just be curious because, again, we know what it costs to run our village, right? But we don't have the numbers from the township realistically on what it would cost for them to then take over our police department, take over or contract out through fire. What would be your solution on getting those numbers from the
Reaching out to the township and
Because I know that we
asking?
already had issues in regards to some taxable value things with them. That became a big issue in our budget session.
I would say just reach out to them, see if they can supply that information. Start with that, start with a conversation and reaching out and having meetings with them.
I agree, and what I'm saying is we have done that, and we were told, or the assessor was told basically not to talk to us,
I don't think
So-
that conversation happened exactly how it was represented.
I think we have enough to vote. Clerk,
Why-
please call the roll.
Why do you say that, Ryan?
Well, my
You
wife
got-
works
you got
closely with,
You have
yes,
information?
yes, my wife
references?
works closely with the assessor, and I think there was
Well, did your
miscommunications on
wife
all
hear-
those sides.
Did your wife hear this?
Yeah, she works
conversation?
with the
No, I
assessor.
said, did she hear the
She was here in
conversation?
his office when that happened, then, is what you're saying. Your wife.
I'm saying that the assessor also talks to the township people, and I think there's miscommunication all over the place with that. But I mean, beyond that, I think it could start with a conversation back to this topic, away from that assessing part, towards what it would cost for the township to take those services. That's a totally different topic.
I'd just be interested to see how, we know exactly how much things cost to run. If we're not reducing services, how it would be magically a lower number to pay for things.
So
When we know exactly how much things cost.
the
to
topic
do,
on
but-
hand right now is about creating a cityhood action committee. So let's vote on what's on the table and then just go from there. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
No.
Cole,
No.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
No.
Kyer,
No.
Brandon.
Yes, motion denied. All right, would anyone else like to make a motion about, I guess we don't really have to make a motion.
No,
We'll just,
the motion was denied, so we just move on.
yeah, we'll just add it, we'll just put it back on the agenda after we get a report from Municipal Analytics. We'll revisit this. Can we,
It should have been postponed then because you denied the motion, so we can review it later,
yeah. No, we want to revisit this after we have input from Municipal Analytics. So can we get him to give us a presentation, hopefully maybe next month or something?
I'll see when he is available, yeah.
That would be great. All right, thanks. Okay, next.
You'll have to, make a vote.
We need to make a vote. It's almost 10 o'clock. G, H, I, J, K, L. 5 more topics here. I'll entertain a motion to remain in session after the 4 hours.
I'll make the motion to remain in session after the 4 hours.
I'll second it.
Motion by Kyer. Second by Weinbrenner. Clerk, please call the roll.
Should we have discussion first for council?
Sure.
Would anyone be opposed to having a special meeting between now and July 1st to cover all the stuff that needs to be covered this fiscal year? Does that meet everyone's availability before we commit to tonight?
I'd like to hear what Mr. Gildner has to say. We're gonna have to.
That's what I was gonna say.
This evening, that would be the problem if we don't hear him, it's going to be expensive.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
So I think the proposal was to table everything else or postpone it until, for a special meeting. But doing that would mean we don't hear what you have to say in this closed session.
That's true. You would not.
We
Table other items too.
We can table everything except the legal opinion by,
I would support that to have a special meeting before January or July 1st.
and then just pretty much postpone everything to that except for
Is there
the
anything
legal
else
opinion
on here?
portion.
Is there anything else on here that would have to be answered in the next couple of days, week,
We
whatever?
have to do the softball because that falls into this budget.
Budgetary items, the schedule, that would have to be done. Anything that has to be paid for this fiscal year we need, and then the schedule we have to have approved and posted by July for the next fiscal year.
So which items would you,
I, J, and K could, well, I mean, you're just running into timelines with all of those, but I, J, and K, I think are items that, so the legal services, the auditing services, road and village proposal, all of those could be.
which items can be postponed? Can you say the letters, please?
I, J,
Any of them that you want, but I, J, and K were the ones that
I, J, and K. And we can have a special meeting when?
What's everyone's availability?
Is everyone available next Tuesday at 6?
It's our literally last day, because it's the 30th on Tuesday next week.
I am available. Are you guys available?
Can we do it before then?
Like the 29th?
Like Monday?
I can. I'm available.
I can do it Monday.
I'm not here.
Lisa's not here. How about 25th, this Thursday?
I can't do Thursday.
I am available Thursday.
So why don't you do the 29th? Or whatever you said, the 30th?
The 30th? Is everybody good with the 30th?
I'm
There's
good with
no tax item, there's no items that need to be on the budget or anything like that.
So 6 PM, Tuesday the 30th. We will do items I, J, and K.
I thought we were gonna do it Monday.
If everyone's good with that, what?
Monday the 29th or Tuesday the 30th?
I mean, they could also be just pushed, but you're gonna have a meeting
2 weeks after that, and the 14th afterwards anyways. They could be all moved.
Can those items all wait that long?
I mean, one's the road millage question, the August 11th is your date to put language out for that. J is the auditing services. We will need that relatively soon because they need to start the auditing process in August.
So
And, but it would mean, you still meet in that criteria. And then the attorney is, at your discretion.
Okay, so IJ and K can all wait until the next meeting?
Based off what, Mr. Gilner may say, we may need to have a meeting before then.
Would I have to say closed session?
Correct.
We can still do closed session today.
Sure, we can do closed session today, but based off what he says on this meeting, we may need to have a special meeting before next meeting.
We can talk about that later. Items IJ and K can
We
go.
must.
Items IJ and K can go on to the next council meeting. If any other special meetings are to be recommended, we'll deal with that then.
So do we have to amend amend my motion about, going past the 4 hours? Or is it?
No,
okay?
because we're still past the 4 hours and we still have to do the closed
I would say you
session.
make a motion to table to, you would make a motion to extend, your timeline, but then you'd also make a motion afterwards to table those items until the July council meeting.
Okay, so she's already made the motion to extend the meeting. We have a first. Kyer, we have support of Weinbretter, so we'll start there. Clerk, please call the roll.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Ryan,
yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Now we need a motion, I'll entertain a motion to table items I, J, and K until our July meeting.
It would be a motion to postpone.
Motion to postpone items I, J, and K until the July meeting.
Are we doing the, before we make that motion, are we doing the full closed session with the personnel evaluations as well as the legal opinion?
Do we need to do the evals today?
How is it written?
I believe it's written that they have to be done before the end of June.
I think they're supposed to be done at the meeting in June.
Yeah, then let's keep that then. So, postpone items I, J, and K until July meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion to postpone items I, J, and K to our July meeting.
Motion by Cole. Any support?
I'll support.
Support by Weinbrenner. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, clerk, can you please read item G?
Consideration of approval of a contract with CEC Controls to upgrade the programmable logic controller PLC for the influent building for the wastewater treatment plant in a not to exceed amount of $95,653.
Do I have a first to consider item G of new business?
I will make the motion.
I will second it.
We have a motion by Jim. We have support by Cole. Danny, go ahead.
Good evening, council. This is a budgeted expense that we've discussed already. CEC has almost completed the first complete overhaul of our PLC for the control system at the wastewater treatment plant. This is for the second phase of the project. So we're looking to keep moving forward with CEC. They are amazing. They've been so receptive and have overcome all of the challenges that have been brought in front of them at the wastewater treatment plant. So I would recommend approving them and this do not exceed amount.
Any public comment? Hearing none, seeing none. Council discussion?
Well, everyone knows how I feel about capital improvement plan, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Council? Clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
No.
Cole,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cascola.
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried. Okay, Sylvia, please read item H.
Consideration of approval of the purchase of 165 yards of softball wood chips from Michigan Landscape in the not to exceed amount of $5,000.
Do I have a first to consider item H of new business?
I'll make consideration of the approval.
Weinbrenner,
Second.
support by Kyer. Danny?
Yes, council. So the Parks Commission identified softball wood chips in the spring as one of the projects that they would like to see done. I was able to get 3 quotes to get it into this year's budget. Michigan Landscape came in at the cheapest amount. The amount that we're asking for, I would like to note, is enough to do softball wood chips underneath the swing sets. It hasn't been done in years, and it should be a requirement from our insurance company. So these are all things that we definitely need to get done, as well as the playgrounds that are at Lakeside Park and at Crapo Park as well.
This is a safety issue too, isn't it, Dan?
Yes.
Any public comment? Jane?
Good afternoon again. I'm Jane DeSassa, live in East Holly Road. I'm a resident of the Village of Holly. So we have a whole bunch of wood chips at our site. The softball wood chips, are they made of a special material than the wood chips that we have here at the site? Okay, so I get that. But what about, you said you also wanted to use it around some of the other areas. I'm hoping that you all start to utilize some of the wood chips that you have at our site, because we'd like to see them reduced. And that is my goal. And for me, I'm only speaking as myself as one of the park commissioners, but I would like to see those chips be utilized. And hopefully, eventually, we don't have as many as we have out there. And so I guess that was my big question, the softball wood chips, okay? But I'm hoping that you all take some of the other wood chips that you have that are there and use them in your park areas and things of that nature. Yeah, 5,000. Okay, all right, thank you very much, thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Any further public comment? Hearing none. Seeing none. Council discussion. Danny, can you speak to what Jane mentioned, please?
Yeah, so softball wood chips are state standard. There is a safety rating with how much impact they can take. So there's actually a certain amount that we have to put down in order to meet that standard. You can't just put regular wood chips underneath a playground. It's just not accepted in standards.
Understood. Thank you, Danny. Council, anything else? Clerk, go ahead. I'm so sorry.
Oh, we almost got it in.
Almost, almost.
So I will say that there is a definite, you can definitely notice when a municipality puts new fresh chips down when you're walking around the park, your feet are spongy. So this will be great for our kids, if it passes.
Yes, I can also say like schools use them. There's studies done on it. It reduces breaks and different injuries to children who are playing on these playgrounds. That's why the insurance company requires.
Is, to Jane's point too, is there a way that we can use some of those wood chips?
We do. There's just such a mass amount there that we'll never burn them all up in our parks or in flower beds that we have. So we do use some.
Lisa, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Cascola,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried.
Thank you, council.
Lisa, will you please read item?
Reports.
L? Are we on L?
Consideration of village council.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Reports first.
As item L will move us into closed session, we will first have reports as we will adjourn after the closed session. Tim, do you have anything to report?
Remarks complete.
Pardon, what?
No.
What?
No.
I didn't hear what you said.
The few military people here got it. No, I have nothing that I'm gonna add at this time.
Okay, Gildner or Lisa, anyone else?
I can just give a few updates on FOIA. We had 6 for the month of May and we closed 6. I'm currently working on getting the taxes committed. They have to be done to Oakland County by July 1st. And then I just wanted to let you know I'm working on a couple of projects. The first one is utility pole pollution within the village. I have been in contact with AT&T Consumers Energy, and now I'm going to be working with Comcast to assist with any utility poles that need to be removed, replaced, or repaired. The second project is the repair of the fire hydrants within the village. I am currently working with Oakland County CDBG Division to reprogram funds for the replacement repair to the inoperative hydrants. The third project is the painting of the tops of the fire hydrants within the village. I've been in contact with the Scouts of America as a community service project to get assistance with the painting. In addition, I've been working with our insurance company, Michigan Municipal Risk Management Association, MMRMA, in regards to the claim regarding the flooding that took place in April. Currently, we have been reimbursed for all of the expenses incurred by the village in respects to the wastewater treatment plant. In coming days, the village will receive a check for the reimbursement for all of the overtime that was paid to staff for the 24/7 monitoring of the plant. The village has also signed a contract with Barrett Roofing to repair a partial roof replacement and siding on the DPW building that was damaged in the storms from April, which will be paid by MMRMA.
Jim?
Thank you. You talked very fast. I don't think I can talk that fast. My brain is about shot. So you did great there. I had a resident reach out and mention there's stumps still on the streets where they probably cut the trees off on the right of way. Do we have a program in place to remove the stumps?
Sandy, you want to talk stump grinding? None of that.
It's only a 14-hour day.
It's fine.
The best I can say is we'll get to it when we get to it.
So it's on the list though.
I have a stump grinder. I need people, and that's what I'm lacking
I
right
like
now.
tools.
Right on.
You like your fingers though.
Yeah.
You get in OSHA violation.
I'm really good at it.
It's really just like, they have so many, I mean, especially once July 1st hits and they can start working through potholes, things like that. I mean, their personnel are maxed out.
Okay, this comes back to being short-staffed. Jim, anything else?
Yes, a resident mentioned,
Is it for Danny, or can he sit down?
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Danny.
Fix the little things. Yeah, there's been some things, I wrote it down, talking about Mr. Love, and I always see Mr. Love out sweeping his sidewalk. So if you see him out there, don't hit him. He's just sweeping the streets.
And on that, he has provided us a list of all of the signs that he is concerned with, and we've, like, between myself, Danny, and Chief, we've visited a lot of them and made like plans for how we're gonna address.
So he's my neighbor. I think you actually mentioned you visited them before he went out and told you guys. I'm like, yeah, I told him. It's like, I'm pretty sure they visited them already, but send them over a list. So I'm the one who sent him your way.
Yeah, we did one of our department meetings where we actually drove the village and we looked for that kind of stuff. And we were identifying pole pollution, we were identifying, signs, things like that, so.
The bond debt. So that's one of the issues that Finance Committee has been working on for the water and sewer. So Plant Moran, we've mentioned it several times, who used to be our auditing firm, who used to provide water and sewer upgrades. They essentially said you need $20-something million of improvements. So unfortunately, we have a small system and, well, a big system with lots of expensive parts and in a tight, small area. And that just is super expensive. So I'm hopeful that working with Municipal Analytics, we can somehow finesse the rates. So, and I think the Finance Committee is still working on that. Have we heard anything back past since our last meeting regarding that? In regards to setting the rates?
Just the traffic that we've all been.
Just, okay, okay. I think that's it.
Thanks, Jim. Buster?
Danny, will you step up to the podium again, please? I'm sorry, but Jim was doing all the talking. I couldn't say anything.
You could.
On West Maple Street, where the barricades and the cones are over that gravel deal area, does it still have to be that way? Because a lot of people been complaining about, going around it, and then somebody takes the barricades and move them, and.
Sure. Thank you
These
for
are
approving the
reason
budget.
why
We
it's
should be able
slow.
to start the repairs July 1.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That, the
Thank you, Danny.
the area in front of Johnny's Auto Body Shop, that area, like, we're just waiting on.
Okay.
We were waiting on the fiscal year to start so we can hit some of these budgeted expenses. Cause we ran out of money for some of these
Okay.
things.
Thank you, Danny.
That all, Buster?
That's it.
Thank you, Buster. Tom?
I have nothing important tonight. That can't wait until July.
Fair enough. Amber?
Same.
Shannon?
The only thing I wanna add is if we can look at moving a no parking sign where it needs to on Baird so that people are not parking on both sides.
We already are addressing that.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
That's what Daniel wanted to address as well in his closing comments. Update on DDA, they're working on governance explainers, FOIA policy, intergovernment agreements, checking bylaws for FOIA compliance, and the open conversations about Main Street transformation. Lisa, will you please read item L of new business?
And this is we have amended language to this too, based on the earlier discussion.
Oh, yeah, there's an amendment on it.
Yes, there is.
Consideration of village council to enter into closed session to consider periodic personnel evaluations and to consider the purchase of real property pursuant to Open Meetings Act 276 of 1976 and to review, and to review village attorney's written legal memorandums.
Do I have a first to consider item L
I'll
of new
make-
business?
I'll make consideration of, approving, L.
Can you,
You have to
read
the
it,
whole motion.
please, Buster?
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Lisa's version.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
let's see.
Oh, now he's
and
mad
to
at us.
review village
I said now he's
Okay.
mad at us.
L, consideration of village council to enter into a closed session to consider the periodic personnel evaluations and to consider the purchase of real property pursuant to Open Meetings Act 276 and to review the village attorney's written legal
Opinion.
memorandums.
Oh, okay. We have a first by Buster. Do we have support?
I support.
We have support.
Just said for clarification, the periodic evaluations is being requested by the employees to be done in closed session. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And we have support by Kyer. Clerk, please call the roll.
Ryan,
Yes.
Koskela,
Yes.
Weinbrenner,
Yes.
Cole. Yes. Kyer,
Yes.
Brandon.
Yes, motion carried.